Okay, guys, I'm finally back after resetting my router and assessing again. And I think I fixed all my problems. We'll see. I just have to make sure that all these worthless videos are deleted. Got a good video there, but this one's worthless. Okay, and then, yeah, we're going live. Play. Play. And I think we're going to be okay here. Sorry for all the internet problems. Something with my router. Not really sure what it was, but hopefully we fixed it. Oh no, apparently not. Oh, okay, half the speed. Half the upload. But I mean, that should be enough. I don't know. Ooh, that's a little bit scary. But it's a VPN address, it's fine. Try again. I don't know, I'm just going to keep trying until I either get it or what. I don't know. I don't know what it is. You seem to be loading this fine. Load again. Yeah, like what? It's you. It's you, GeForce Now. It's not me. Well, hopefully we can get back to work here. Seems like every day now for weeks I've just get this problem every day. Wonder if it's a coincidence. I hate this intro logo. If I might eye drop something right back.
Trapune Butter says, X. Hoppacherp 2 says, Hoppacherp 2 has reached level 17. Trapune Butter says, Trapune Butter has reached level 33. Braxet says, Biggs.
I'm dead again. To what? I died. To what? Oh, damn it. I didn't get to my thing. Oh, let's just go get it and get it out of the way.
The Dismantler says, the Dismantler dances a shrugging dance. Tomahawk Boss says, is there specific areas for PvP or is it just open?
It looks to be working
Samoron
now.
says, Samoron has reached level 26. The Dismantler says, they died so that the Dismantler could live. Honey Titty says, open. The Dismantler says, the Dismantler stalks about menacingly, holding their torch hot. Not active says, everywhere. Sancho Sanchez says, okay I unpaused, I can play again. Tomahawk Boss says, okay cool time. Dry Fordham says, where's my non-family photo?
Herb Averstinks.
Killer of JJJ says, looking for player join before we get full triple X for invite. Professor Time says, 57k almost there, let's go. Heretic II says, Umbeo y'all almost had me. Dry Fordham says, Heretic. Macho says, Macho has reached level 16. Heretic II says, Aya. Heretic II says, good to see you here. Yeager76 says, X-Max. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 6. Dry Fordham says, Mia and Jane made me. Heretic II says, LMFAO will have to thank them for that when I see them. Trapune Blossom says, Trapune Blossom has reached level 27.
Tablet running. Check my YouTube. So many disconnects today. God damn annoying. I lost everybody. Of course. But what can I do? I mean, I can't do anything about that. Can't do anything about that.
Trapune Bubbles says, Trapune Bubbles has reached level 31. Trapune Butter says, Trapune Butters has reached level 34. Dry Fordham says, company troll gotta be here lol. Eldrac Luminos says, Eldrac Luminos has reached level 13. Andy Viral says, ain't no trolls here. Heretic II says, y'all still perp? With Macho says, Yellow Bees urging. Eldrac Lumino says, perp is echo him. Abscess says, they do be. Trapune Blossom says, no joke lol. Dry Fordham says, I'm Confam designated troll, believe there's trolls here. Heretic II says, carrot.
Where's my fucking life staff? Where's my life staff at? It's completely the fuck gone.
Says, I'm still idiot. Izio says, Izio has reached level 33.
Fuck's my life staff at? It's just full blown gone. Gone.
Droopy Balls says, X. Better Offset says, Better Offset has reached level 30.
Well, that's an upgrade. Let's just see if they give me a life staff. We'll see. Before I Miner's gloves.
Thrycordum says, Don Fam Life.
No gear sets.
Allah as Ego says, Ego X is recruiting the biggest egos. Join us and play Ego. Ego Noriko says, LF Ego.
Somebody's playing at level 33.
Godric says, Godric has reached level 35. I Strider. I says, I Strider. I has reached level 21. Godric says, Godric has reached level 36. Godric says, Godric has reached level 37. Trapune Blossom says, holy bleep. Firestorm FS says, goddamn. Not Gimme says, X-Max right now. Trapune Blossom says, I need an axe. Allah as Ego says, nice Ego at Emily Blunt. Simoron says, Battle Axe of the Forgotten One axe for you. Simoron says, meat monarch. Roses are red says, carrot. Mazarick says, Asi Recla Hante Par Guild Obla Hispana. Firestorm FS says, cutting trees now gotta test this out. Trapune Blossom says, you got one. Allah as Ego says, carrot reported. Tristy I Love says, LOL. Sensual Silk says, muted. Simoron says, a logging axe. Trapune Public says, pristine carnelian to leveling jewels. Tristy I Love says, see. Tristy I Love says, SI. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 7.
What? What the hell? Guy's naked.
King Artorius arrived on a
After so many years without our true leader, it's...
Fluffy Pony says, Fluffy Pony creeps along the ground like a person possessed. Tristy I Love says, DNT mean to flex my ego. But any of you noobs better than me at PvP. Nissa World Waker says, yeah, just group skanking because it's fun for them to play dirty. Heretic III says, me for sure. Controller main says, controller main has reached level 29. Heretic III says, 100%. Tries I love says, just one. Seasonal moon says, seasonal moon waves. Allah as ego says, at Tries I loves you seem like a perfect fit. Flex that ego not these knobs. Controller main says, powerful beast subvert and bangle. Still in beta says, still in beta has reached level 8. Embrace the cake says, how are you even going to get to Brim LOL?
Oh, I can just use it. Those life staffs sold, son of a bitch. I'll spend 200 on a life staff, I don't really care.
Firestorm FS says, you convert the wood to dust for the XP, right? Tries I love says, my ego's too big to join someone else's company. Make me your leader and I'll sleep on it. Godric says, to dust enter the orb thing for 1 for 100. Controller main says, you make the dust and the anima. Heretic III says, carrot. Controller main says, and open the anima for 2.5k XP. Ego Enrico says, don't invite console players. Ego Enrico says, straight trish. Cassian says, LOLOL. Professor Time says, Unoriginal Sin is recruiting to fill more spots and bleep up DM me. Heretic II says, bet I kill you with this controller in my hand. Trap Dune Butters says, Trap Dune Butters has reached level 35. Still in beta says, still in beta has reached level 9. El Echo says, LOL. Charlie PvP says, controller users have free aim and watch out. Professor Time says, love me. Heretic III says, I love it when PC players make excuses, smiley face. Lady Spray and Pray says, Lady Spray and Pray has reached level 16. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 21. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 22. Didman says, crafted at camp. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 23. Charlie PvP says, aim lock is unironically way better with a controller, but PC players can use controllers to swap. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 24. Caitlin Clark says, can't no RSS. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 25. Didman says, the mount box. Didman says, yeah. Caitlin Clark says, no RSS for it. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 22. Firestorm FS says, hey I'm alright, I'm just gonna chop wood LOL, easier too with no PvP and I don't have to pay attention. Godric says, XD. Wizard says, love it. Godric says, just watching YouTube enjoying myself. Edmund says, get 50 wood and go to town and use the wood to craft it. Trap Dune Bubbles says, Trap Dune Bubbles has reached level 32. Zoe POO says, okay thanks BTW. Era C says, XCOM. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 23. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 24. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, hello. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 25. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, I made the best game ever. Trap Dune Butter says, Trap Dune Butter has reached level 36. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 26. Seasonal Moon says, Seasonal Moon waves. Wizard says, you ain't bleep. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 27. Zarenia says, okay Squiddy. Big NRG bot says, XDHB invite.
Oh, okay. Actually, it was faster, though.
LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, dang how did they know? Trusty I Love says, console only company. See who takes over the map first. Almurdy with 13 says, Almurdy with 13 has reached level 18.
Camp or bind to one, okay.
Lick the Art says, yes. C0 Painting member says, X Witchers. Professor Time says, Professor Time has reached level 28. Lick the Art says, yes. Firestorm FS says, think go do Voto. Will be fun doing the main quest and think people lower levels hee. Also still need loot and gold TBF. Macho says, how are you all looking so fast? Timothy says, I'm here. Izio says, Izio has reached level 35. Firestorm FS says, shot return to test Animus. With Macho says, Animus. With Macho says, what's that? Allah as Ego says, Ego X is recruiting the biggest egos. Join us and play the Godric says, it will be right above the desktop when you're at the logging station. Henry M says, Henry M had reached level 21. Firestorm FS says, it's 2500 XP. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, can I go 1 to 18? Firestorm FS says, 1200 ish would got me 25 animus and they're 2500 XP each. Allah as Ego says, LOL. Allah as Ego says, hi Squibby. Simoron says, Simoron has reached level 27. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, this isn't Squibby. He's one shot says, hi Squibby. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, this isn't Squibby. Ego Noriko says, yes. Ego Noriko says, that's 100% Squibby. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, prove it. Trap Dune Butter says, Trap Dune Butters had reached level 37. Ego Noriko says, prove that you're not Squibby. Allah as Ego says, you are the only one who says that. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, bleep. Zarenia says, you're the only loser that says that. Wada Pocky Platus says, Payot not Squibby. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, you do know Privy said it first. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, first. Praxed says, Biggs. Invasion says, X. K says, X. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 10. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 11. He's one shot says, I was going to say it's Squiddy or Furby only two that spam that. Allah as Ego says, I guess and I was right LOL. Trap Dune Bubbles says, Trap Dune Bubbles has reached level 33. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, LOL. It says, Lego. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, well I'm not either. Trusty I Love says, any console players message for invite. He's one shot says, what would be funniest is if that was actually Racket.
Oh god.
Dum Dum Yammo says, anyone got any rugged leather? Tries T I Love says, BTW I don't know if you saw the movie. Ego dies in the end ___. I Strider I says, I Strider I has reached level 22. Allah as Ego says, DSA for PURP I'll see someone get jump hop into hell. Tries T I Love says, LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, X Waffle House 2.0. Jacepaso says, fastest way to LBL. Braxet says, Biggs. Allah as Ego says, these yellows rolling deep. Dum Dum Yammo says, anyone got any rugged leather?
Fuck.
Knight of Shrub says, yup, but it's Witchers. He's one shot says, if it is a fair 1v1 I'm not jumping in, but if I see like 6v1 yeah I would jump in. Allah as Ego says, easy clap. Huge Divina says, Red is dead.
I need wood and flint for a camp.
Tries T I Love says, UDNT know what's fair. LBL 15 can rock 725 here. Controller main says, controller main has reached level 30.
15 green wood is enough. Yep, now I need flint somewhere.
Tries T I Love says, kill everyone. It SME MP69 says, friend left XQW.
There, flint.
Izio says, Izio has reached level 36.
Okay.
Dum Dum Yammo says, LV5 rugged leather for 100 gold. Eldrag Luminos says, Eldrag Luminos has reached level 14. Sylvanas Moon says, LOL not getting involved. Thurin says, seems like red and yellow are the DOM faction. Eldrag Luminos says, weak to squat. Abscess says, red. Thurin says, purple bleakly colored line.
Gotta get ahead of them.
Sancho Sanchez says, you like line colors. Better Offset says, Better Offset has reached level 31. Thurin says, only if they let me. Sancho Sanchez says, blind me harder. Joel Gilchu says, I win Hamilton. Bam1 says, red is in flag, LMAO. Thurin says, ha ha ha. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, it's Oak Witchers always start strong due to number 10 no lie, then when we catch up it's over for them. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 12. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, look at every other server Witchers is on, they are terrible at PvP once everyone catches up. Tries T I Love says, who's Witchers? LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, see carrot.
Every fucking hour. Just falls. Chain it to his board. Wait, no, there's my note.
Alan says, WTF. Alan says, LOL. Dum Dum Yammo says, LTP5 rugged leather 100 gold. Sylvanas Moon says, okay.
I haven't gotten webmaster in a long time. It's weird.
Pirate Dan 2 says, starting zones be toxic AF but just make it to Everfall and it's okay. Sylvanas Moon says, imagine camping the quest area. Ego Noriko says, imagine playing WoW. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, X Waffle House 2.0. Heretic III says, LOL I'm LBL20 I'm doing the quest. Evelyn says, don't have to imagine. Raven the Fort says, hands raised.
I think I want to definitely camp here. Yeah.
Controller main says, controller main has reached level 31. Controller main says, recipe, must get the base of corruption recipe, sphere of the base of corruption backslash. Controller main says, ethereal mount fiddles. Controller main says, powerful fortified talisman. Abscess says, WTF. Heretic III says, wait 5 minutes and he'll be gone.
Oh no, run! Oh no!
Godric says, gotten loads of those, laughing face. Izio says, Izio had reached level 37. Abscess says, where from? Sancho Sanchez says, WTT new friends. Raven the Fort says, hands raised. Knight of Shrub says, recipe, life support recipe, Peterson's hammer recipe, must get the base of corruption. Raven the Fort says, hands raised. Raven the Fort says, hands raised. Raven the Fort says, hands raised. Sancho Sanchez says, they do approve of the tacos. Raven the Fort says, hands raised. Knight of Shrub says, wild rolls. Trap Dune Public says, X-Ream. Godric says, the anima boxes from turning resources into dust. Abscess says, sick thanks. Dum Dum Yamam says, LTB5 rugged letter. Godric says, also massive XP. Sylvan Osmoon says, you all are tools. Grandpa's Gavin says, done. Heretic III says, I'm my first 3v1 victory time. Smiley face. Reed Maxing says, who's got star medal ladies? Reed Maxing says, don't be shy. Joel Bill 2 says, what did you expect from a PvP server? Sylvan Osmoon says, to camp in a cave of a quest. Professor Time says, Professor Time has reached level 29. Abscess says, anyone vote to respect a 1v1? LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, I expected to die a lot. LOL 1 to 18 Racket says, because I go 1 to 18 in wars. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 5. Trap Dune Public says, Trap Dune Public has reached level 34. Reed Maxing says, powerful Mage Eyes Mount Charm. Eldrac Luminos says, Eldrac Luminos has reached level 15. Trap Dune Butter says, Trap Dune Butter has reached level 38.
Come on, you stiff-necked fool. What possible interest would I have?
I'm just gonna sit here and take the cutscene on the assumption that they'll leave in the meantime.
Kind of thing a spy would say, particularly when she was caught.
It's a cutscene that actually keeps me safe.
Tell me this then, Sir Wisdom. What exactly would I be wanting to learn? How you scratch your arse in an iron suit?
Ha! Trying to distract me with insults, eh? But it won't work.
Took your sweet time getting here. I was sizing up the pirate base until this suspicious sod nabbed me. Can you tell him I'm not a spy?
Trap Dune Butter says, Trap Dune Butter has reached level 39.
Yeah, very
Skull Simoner says, Skull Simoner gives the thumbs up.
Ah, well.
They'll get bored, they'll leave in the time it takes, like...
Sylvan Osmoon
for
says,
this
just purple kill squads at
run.
Captain Core hideout.
But I'll have my eye on you, young lady.
Better keep your eyes to yourself, unless you want them poked out.
Trap Dune Public says, X-Ream.
Okay, there it is. Gotta get out of here. Ah! There it is. Bye. Gotta turn in... What? Moron. Okay, go. Oh, go. Cutscene, bitch. Haha. Fuck you guys. Bye. Wait, are these purples? They are purples. Oh.
BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 6.
Time to kill his ass.
Trap Dune Blossom says, Trap Dune Blossom has reached level 28.
Fuck. Fucking 22. Fucking so annoying. Well, at least I gotta go north again. Actually, it might be safer
Trap
to
Dune
just
Butter
do
says, Trap Dune Butter has
that.
reached level 40.
Bryce said, let's do Bryce said and run the beach, because we know where they are. I like this. It's fun. It reminds me of Rust, but without all the toxic consequences. Who cares if you die? I don't care if I die here. What are the trap demons?
Godric says, Godric has reached level 38.
I love this shit. It actually seems like it matters. Yeah, like you
Godric
can see
says,
them there.
Godric has reached level
It
39.
matters to me because I've got to make my landing here. It's fucking annoying.
Godric says, Godric has reached level 40. Godric says, Godric has reached level 41.
No, it's that same fucking asshole. No, no. Dick. We'll go all the way in here, and all these assholes are in here. Fucking annoying. Oh god, they're all up here. I'm not gonna be able to do this. Fuck this shit. You suck. All of you guys suck.
Trap Dune Blossom says, Trap Dune Blossom has reached level 29. Godric says, D.
Going in here is gonna be pointless. They're just in here. I'm gonna do this with them. I don't know why there's like 10 oranges and a purple. It seems weird.
Dot I Strider Dot I says, Dot I Strider Dot I has reached level 23.
Well, whatever. Take the free ride.
Dum Dum Yamo says, LTB Rugged Leather.
Burning shears, mysterious footwear. 180 heavy footwear.
Trap Dune Bubba says,
They're
Tender
not
Cruelty, anyone?
good. They're bad. Will they be away? Nope. Good. BOP sword, no good. BOP great axe, I'm not interested. This gauntlet, BOE, it'll sell. BOP.
Enriam says, Enriam has reached level 22. Enriam says, Enriam has reached level 23. MRS Peanut Butter says, XBB. Enriam says, Enriam has reached level 24. Enriam says, Enriam has reached level 25.
I took the free ride back and I turned in, but yeah,
XXMR Nobit XX187 says, is Spear good?
There we go. I don't expect to
Dr. Positive says,
I
not.
don't expect
Sancho
to
Sanchez
see
says,
any
ancient letter
of
fruits of the century this. Wagwan says, really camping quest points. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 7.
Right to where I'm going. Like, right directly
Trapune
to
Bubbles
it.
says, Trapune Bubbles has reached level 35. Izio says, Izio has reached level 38. MRS Peanut Butter says, XBBPLS. Meho says, LOL they crying already sheesh. Absa says, do you guys think they will fire the intern who thought this was a good idea? Exo says, this is fun AF. Exo says, LOL. El Draclamino says, 35 plus in WW chasing down 15's LOL. T0YS says, X2Z. El Draclamino says, I figured this happened but day 1. Better Offset says, Better Offset has reached level 32.
Oh, at least my connection's
Meho
solid
says,
again.
boys this is a PvP world. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 13. Steve A. Biscuit says, it's gonna continue to happen. Leaderboards. Meho says, they didn't make this for people like you. Izio says, Izio has reached level 39. El Draclamino says, ha ha ha. Exo says, yeah, you're not losing anything yet. Abscess says, Abscess has reached level 19. Abscess says, Abscess has reached level 20. Exo says, wait until people are running around in Conqueror's gear. Lady Spray and Pray says, Lady Spray and Pray has reached level 17. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 8. El Draclamino says, I mean hunting your LBL bracket is all I'm saying. El Draclamino says, bullying noobs is cringe. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 14. Exo says, the level bracket is level 15 plus. Trapune Butter says, Trapune Butter has reached level 41. Steve A. Biscuit says, recipe, Crescent Wave. Professor Time says, cutting heart root of the devourer. El Draclamino says, hunting 20 below is boost boy. Almurdy with 13 says, Almurdy with 13 has reached level 19. 41972 BT says, how do we get the horse at LBL 15? Trapune Butter says, how? Cool Bolo says, WTS Iron Longsword of the Soldier offer.
Yep, you just set up a spawn
Echo
somewhere
says,
where nobody
didn't
goes,
unlock instant.
and you just
Ozani
farm.
says, WTS Blunderbuss of the Spell Sword. Bam1 says, about 8
I know a good spot, but I'm gonna go to Everfall. I don't need to. Well,
says,
I would like to do the MSQ because it unlocks
Abscess
a
says,
bunch of
Abscess has reached
stuff.
level 21.
It's stupid not to do the MSQ. It actually really is. It's stupid not to do it. It pays so much, and it
Ego
takes
Noriko
you
says,
so many
LF5.
places. I don't think I really want that. I don't know what I'm here to do. Defeat Helvin. Oh, defeat. It's optional. Helvin the Navigator or whatever. What? What? Oh shit. What? Okay.
Trapune Bubbles says, Trapune Bubbles has reached level 36.
Oop. Go.
Maoli Man says, is there no pre-mount quest?
This is weird. I don't know what it really wants from me.
Abscess says, you make mount at a fire.
Okay, so we know that I can get there this way if I can get up. That looks like it works. Yeah, get up that. Oh, damn it, jump. Oh, I don't know. Will that work? Maybe. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, like, let me up that.
Packard says, can we still change factions? Maoli Man says, OMGTYSN.
Yep.
Mohawkbot says, Dehydrated is looking for players to join our company REQ Discord.
There it is. I'll just go back there. There was some dude standing on the goddamn boss
BTC2
fight.
says, BTC2 has reached level 9. Axe Rubberbot says, must be a bot. Saint Benny says, LOL Mount Q is same OL same. Bulbo says, let me get this straight. Only gears with ethereal will be dropped upon death. Controller main says, controller main
This
has
is
reached level
real
32.
New World.
Eldraglaminos says, Eldraglaminos has reached level 16. Abscess says, yes. Abscess says,
This is what it always should have
controller
been.
main says,
It feels
Honey,
like
Heart Firestorm,
Rust.
Stalwart, Heart Moon of Firestorm. Demon says, LBL 39 purple farming low LBL players by quest stones. Abscess says, from the boxes. Controller main says, you up. Abscess says, easy. Abscess says, any pro strat areas to farm for trees. Trap Dune Butters says, Trap Dune Butters has reached level 42. Godric says, anywhere near settlement really. Abscess says, fair. Tyson Ross says, carrot.
Oh, that's what you have to do?
Godric says, close enough to farm, but not so far away you get ganked constantly. Papa 2 says, Papa 2 has reached level 18. Papa 2 says, Papa 2 has reached level 19. Papa 2 says, Papa 2 has reached level 20.
Oh, I get good mastery out these. Never mind, I do want to fight.
Izio says,
So I don't
Izio has
need
reached
to
level
fight
40.
anymore. I don't know, maybe I should put all my points in focus now that I've reached,
Billy ACP says, Forsaken Cloth Pants of a Sentry Sea Adamant. Controller main says, Ethereal Logging Axe. Abscess says, oh didn't know those were possible. Godric says, where you get that? I Strider. I says, I Strider. I has reached level 24. Embrace the Cake says, most annoying part about ethereal stuff is going to be the fact that you can't carry around extra sets when you die. Controller main says, TV for 300 gold LOL. Godric says, ah. Godric says, not bad. Abscess says, maybe the next iteration will be Poland. Abscess says, give it 3 years. Embrace the Cake says, yeah it really needs to be. Trap Dune Butter says, Trap Dune Butter has reached level 43. Noel Bill 2 says, makes incredible sense. Eldraglaminos says, first time they're doing this. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 10. Controller main says, what do you do with the rat stones?
Now I have to go back
Embrace
in
the
there.
Cake says, it doesn't make you
3
quick more at all.
fucking oranges came.
Godric says,
So
make here.
annoying. Let's give this some
BTC2 says,
time to
BTC2
get
has
out
reached
of
level
there.
11. I Strider. I says, I Strider. I has reached level 25.
Why is it always the 4v1?
I Strider. I has reached level 26. Embrace the Cake says, it means you have to respond at a settlement and re-grab items. Black Saturn says, well that's nice, now you can hide every piece of gear, not just helmet. Cool Bulbo says, so if I chose not to wear those ethereal stuff, it's basically PvE but more dangerous. However, who cares cause you don't lose loot or any resources. Trap Dune Blossom says, ethereal logging axe I'm ready. Kuchikilla says, got a gank to win. Embrace the Cake says, instead of just skipping a bleep and re-equipping a new set from inventory. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 15. Pico Consult says, Q3D3S. I Strider. Says, powerful Mountaineers Pendant legendary already. WTF.
Twitch.
Evelyn says, I'm the winner. With Macho says, recorded. I Strider. Says, those animus boxes are up. Hurricane Hirogi says, I like how this server is low pop on launch. Hurricane Hirogi says, these classes says. Only meme says, dead game. Trapune Bubbles says, Trapune Bubbles has reached level 37. Heretic III says, tries DI loves his camping low levels LOL is fellow purportedly.
Alright, let's see
Joel
if we
Goku
can go
says,
get
West
this
Coast Live.
boss.
Eric Hirogi says, I advocated for this game a long time, but this really feels like the end times. I Strider I says, I Strider I has reached level 27. Evelyn says, okay. Trusty I Love says, I'm doing God's work. Trauma says, explain the tree strat for me please. Firestorm FS says, 2 if you level by just chopping wood, you still need main quest or something. Probably losing yourself gets locked behind it. Heretic II says, LOL can't fight people who are looking for wood. Endless Spartan says, this game will live as a second round until Lord of the Rings comes out, and it's lights out. Tryself says, Tristy is clean from blood, it's not light at all. Trapune Blossom says, yes. Trauma says, Trauma has reached level 19. Izio says, Izio has reached level 41. Sancho Sanchez says, WTPPV company. Eric Hirogi says, excellent. Still in Beta says, Still in Beta has reached level 16. Eric Hirogi says, ECRs are gonna be fun. If they even happen here. Abscess says, thanks. Joel Kilchu says, I'm sure the Bible, but they won't be advertised. Trapune Bubbles says, Trapune Bubbles has reached level 38. 41972 BT says, where do you craft the horse? Eric Hirogi says, what did you just? Abscess says, CMP. Eric Hirogi says, MYRK. Pico Consult says, yes. Eric Hirogi says, so no one else gets to do it. Only meme says, what if we all just became friends?
There's like 5 oranges. This is so annoying.
Eric Hirogi says, they really should have just made more PvP flag zones outside of just TK.
Destroy the evil altar. That's what I did.
Eric Hirogi says, instead of trying to lie to us and make us think we are playing Path of Exile. Professor Time says, Professor Time has reached level 30.
Fucking first maid Mary is so long. Quartermaster. Come on,
Evelyn
man.
says, found my first mute.
Feed Helvin's lackeys. 2 minutes, okay.
Eric Hirogi says, 3. It says. Henriam says, Henriam has reached level 26. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 12. Controller main says, Controller main has reached level 33. Dominator says, how come I can't get the quest for my mount? Controller main says, Controller main has reached level 34.
Maybe if I hide.
Controller main says, Controller main has reached level 35.
Like Haven the Navigator's.
Eldrac Lumino says, camping the mount quest, hahaha.
Is he popped? I don't know if he's popped. They don't see me, but I don't know.
Eric Hirogi says, beautiful. Controller main says, brutal heart rune of Balbomb, brutal heart rune of Dark Ascent, brutal heart rune of Detonate. Controller main says, recipe, hatchet of evasive corruption recipe, flailing shenanigan. Evilist Spartan says, turn raw mats into dust and craft at camp. Evade SH0T says, Wax is recruiting PvP players. Join us for raids and intense PvP action. We are building a core team to dominate territory. DM Brian B. Savage AF says, you got a crap mount. Evade SH0T says, Wax is recruiting PvP players. Join us for raids and intense PvP action. We are building a core team to dominate territory. DM Brian B. Muachiha says, if they keep doing this SH1T, only yellow will be on this server. Evilist Spartan says, you don't do mount quest, but let them camp LOL. Already with 13 says, Already with 13 has reached level 20.
Defeat Helvin's lackeys for 2.5 minutes.
Evilist Spartan says,
Helvan,
I guess we'll resist a level faster.
Navigator. Please stand up. Please get out of this. Please do this.
Dominator says, I can't even see what I need to craft the mount.
So annoying.
Dominator says, in the tent.
These guys fucking left. I don't know. Maybe this is the blunderbuss. Oh, it is. Haha, I didn't die. Go, go, go.
Abscess says, you should.
So annoying.
Evilist Spartan says, you need some camp. Keep us from turning romance into pages. Firestorm FS says, FFS I only need green wood, not aged wood, huh? Abscess says, both were okay. Professor Time says, Unoriginal Sin is looking for PvP players for World Plus more DM me.
I want to loot that chest, but I'm not fighting for it.
Godric says, yeah, both work. Professor Time says, Unoriginal Sin is looking for PvP players for World Plus more DM me.
Oh, wait,
Firestorm
no,
FS
there's
says,
a teleport
Which
in
one is more
there,
efficient?
isn't there? There is. There's a teleport in there.
Godric says, either.
There's a teleport that'll take me
Abscess
right
says,
to the
save
tournament.
conversion.
Isn't there? Yeah, there's like a teleport.
Raven
Where's
DeFort
the
says, invite X.
teleport?
Godric
No,
says,
the
H with nice cause not everyone grabs it.
There. What? Oh. I don't know.
Abscess says, that's what she said.
Forecastle. I don't know, I'm just gonna...
Firestorm FS says, if same conversion and young trees are faster and give slightly less.
Okay, so whatever, I'll just go around. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. What's my weight at? 176 out of 385.
I Strider. I says, I Strider. I had reached level 28. Izio says, Izio had reached level 42. Not STZY says, Expo. Abscess says, Abscess had reached level 22. Pencil Equa says, X-Filters. Macho says, Macho has reached level 17. Macho says, Macho has reached level 18. Macho says, Macho has reached level 19.
It's weird that I couldn't turn in. Seems odd.
Only Meme says, how do you change faction?
Try again.
Trapune Bubbles says, Trapune Bubbles has reached level 39. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 13. Poppachirp2 says, Poppachirp2 has reached level 21. Izio says, Izio has reached level 43. Mohawkbot says, Dehydrated is looking for players to join our company REQ Discord. UNCI Euro says, XXXX. Big NRG bot says, XDHB. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 26. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 27. Last Regent says, Harsh shoot the invite. Corbett says, X. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 28. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 29.
I don't know why, but there's all this
Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 30. One trash
I'll
bot
just
says,
take it,
XDHG.
sure. What?
Trap Bune Butter says, Trap Bune Butter has reached level 44. Rathana says, bleep. Godsend J3 says, your mom. CODMGGWP says, Emrine Lobby. Embo7 says, Embo7 has reached level 11. It's your name says, your mom's a hoe. Keith says, Tuh. It's your name says, you're welcome. Eric Pierogi says, is matchmaking for these servers exclusive or still shared among the other servers? Trap Bune Bubbles says, Trap Bune Bubbles has reached level 40. CODMGGWP says, Emrine Lobby. Greed Maxing says, hand over the star metal ingots. Boredom says, stuck can't move, what wrongs? Greed Maxing says, I know you're all holding out on me. Sancho Sanchez says, Mo in my taco. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 14. Boredom says, stuck can't move, what wrongs? CODMGGWP says, X up for Emrine. CODMGGWP says, X up for Emrine. Not PHB says, press Alt or Escape or Enter. Not PHB says, if that doesn't work, press Unstuck. Not PHB says, if that doesn't work, restart game. Not PHB says, if DHAT doesn't work, restart PC. DeVolt says, XMIL. Umachiha says, XX. Maoli Man says, I was trying to show you. Royal SLNZZ says, I want to team on the server. CODMGGWP says, X up for Emrine need 2 DPS. CODMGGWP says, X up for Emrine need 2 DPS. CODMGGWP says, X up for Emrine need 2 DPS 3/5. Abscess says, Abscess had reached level 23. Abscess says, Abscess had reached level 24. Rinda says, X go. Dudu says, Ethereal Money. Still in beta says, still in beta and reached level 17. G Kazuki says, test. Trap Bean Butter says, X. .I says, .I has reached level 29. Alldayerrydaybaby says, Alldayerrydaybaby reached level 21. Unfixed Blue says, Etsy I'm incredibly dumb. Controller Main says, Controller Main has reached level 36. Controller Main says, Controller Main has reached level 37.
I'm enjoying this immensely, honestly.
Better Offset says, Better Offset has reached level 33. It's VFR says, Algon Gremio Latino.
Yeah, this is good.
Better Offset says, Better Offset has reached level 34. Better Offset says, Better Offset has reached level 36. Unfixed Blue says, can't get it on my main anymore. Evelyn says, server first Soul Warden right here. Jewel Pod says, do it. G Kazuki says, test. Yasmin Hawkins says, ain't habis. Pencil Neckboy says, what? Beezer says, no. Unfixed Blue says, yeah, I checked and it's grayed out. Better Offset says, Stalwart Hard Rune of Firestorm. Unfixed Blue says, the season pass is shared between the two servers. Enmariam says, Enmariam has reached level 27. Professor Time says, Cunning Hard Rune of the Devour Rune. Enmariam says, Enmariam has reached level 28. Enmariam says, Enmariam has reached level 29. Enmariam says, Enmariam has reached level 30. Alan says, yeah. Pencil Neckboy says, that big. Reed Maxing says, Ethereal Logging Axe WPS 1 KDM. Beezer says, bruh. Only Mean says, artifacts can be unlocked early now. Zio says, Zio has reached level 44. Macho says, did you see those little pets running around? With Macho says, what losers?
Ooh.
Trap Bune Bubbles says, Trap Bune Bubbles has reached level 41. Montglass says with Macho. With Macho says, you should. With Macho says, I'm waiting. Godric says, Godric has reached level 42. Montglass says, gladly. With Macho says, hells yeah. Godric says, Godric has reached level 43. Sancho Sanchez says, magnificent gloves of the century. Godric says, Godric has reached level 44. Godric says, Godric has reached level 45. Dorian says, how are some of you 30 plus already? Damn, that's fast. Reed Maxing says, where should I buy my second house? El Draglamino says, wood cutting. Shaltier Blood says, it's pretty easy. With Macho says, at the horse store.
Ooh, salamander snail. Ooh, fire mounts.
Reed Maxing says, reading comprehension test, failed. Trap Dune Butter says, Trap Dune Butter has reached level 45.
That's funny. Somebody else had the exact same thought. I want to get closer, though.
Kudikin says, Wax is recruiting PvP players. Join us for raids and intense PvP action. We are building a core team to dominate territory. Apply now by joining our Discord link, Wax.
Why? Why?
Kudikin says, Wax is recruiting PvP players.
I'm
Join
not
us for raids and
in the
intense PvP
landmark,
action.
damn it.
We are building a core team to dominate territory. Apply now by joining our Discord link, Wax. Embo7 says, Embo7 has reached level 12. CART3ZZ says, XGRP me upload NSOV.
Ooh.
Over here says, anyone weapon XP farming? Over here says, X-ray.
Ooh. I think I'm too low, but maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember. No, it's too high. Yeah, too high. Yeah.
Wavy Heart says, exported.
Oh god, it's a gank squad. Go, 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 go.
Izio says, Izio
Oh
level
no,
45.
the fire came before I could get away. Which way is the thing? Which way is the thing? No. Why did a 5-man gang squad come?
Lagmacho says,
No.
Lagmacho has reached level 20.
This one. Oop. Oh no, they're all right there. Ooh. Oh, oh. Nope.
Trapune Bubbles says, Trapune Bubbles has reached level 42.
I'm gonna go a roundabout way. They won't be able to catch me. I'm out of their render. Well, at least I got the spawn down.
Saint Iconic says, Old Yeller's recruiting. We got some big plans. X to join. Trauma says, Trauma has reached level 20. Lady Spray and Pray says, Lady Spray and Pray has reached level 18. Lady Spray and Pray says, Lady Spray and Pray has reached level 19. Dorian says, X up for Hive, link here. Lady Spray and Pray says, Lady Spray and Pray has reached level 21. Lady Spray and Pray says, Lady Spray and Pray has reached level 22. Trauma says, Trauma has reached level 21.
Fuck, this 3-man is in there.
Trauma says, Trauma has reached level 22.
Let's let them pass. I'll just wait. I'll just wait.
Trauma says, Trauma has reached level 23. Trauma says, Trauma has
Fuck,
reached level
there's like
24.
7 people in there. We'll just chop trees for like 5 minutes. At the spawn. Who cares? Crag. I think everything is leashed, or at least most of it. Yeah, I'll take the credit. Yeah, I'll fight you. Yeah. Oh, come on, you fucker. This is loud and dumb, but I have a spawn right there. I want all of them to be out of there. I'm gonna give them all like 5 minutes.
Matsuzama says, I'll use trading post.
The wood is almost the same XP, honestly.
Ala as Ego says, X Ego X is recruiting the biggest egos. Join us and inflate you ego. Royal SL and ZZ says, hey, I'm on the team. Abscess says, Weaver's Fort.
Oh no, there's a level 35 right there. Okay, let's try and get in there. Ooh, oil.
Eldrac Lumino says, people sitting on Mount Quest routes is actually
Ooh,
funny, lol.
watercress. Fuck.
Eldrac Lumino says, finally a challenge for these Mount Quests. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 15. TTGRY says, XP. Trapune Public says, Trapune Public has reached level 43. Macho says, BTC2 is a Bitcoin in Tarkov.
This is making New World fun again. Everything feels like it matters, like a lot. Because everything's a war to get. The prices won't be shitty.
Memo says, LMFAO you mother for selling TH potions highest bleep ha 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 ha. Antiviral says, XP. Controller main says, Controller main has reached level 39. Controller main says, Controller main has reached level 40. Controller main says, Controller main has reached level 41. Andy Cohenstein says, do you have to buy mount from store to use at 15? Abscess says, no. Abscess says, make it at your camp. Controller main says, Brutal Heart Rune of Primal Fury.
$277 out of 385.
Better Off It says, Cunning Heart Rune of Stoneform, Stalwart Heart Rune of Firestorm, Brutal Heart Rune of Darkest End. Savage AF says, Moon Shadow drops I think. Eldrac Lumino says, Day 1 WTF. Jeff Curlison says, everyone. Not B0RNE is recruiting. Lamont says, so I have to buy a new mount to use. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 29. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 30. Macho says, can't I use my
Okay,
other
now
ones I
that
have?
all those
Rinka
oranges are
says,
probably
Rinka has
cleared
reached
out,
level
I'm gonna
31.
go back in there.
Abscess says, you can.
I mean, there's probably people in there, but I mean, I've got to
Rinka says,
spawn.
Rinka has reached level 32.
If I can't get in there without a bunch of gangs, I'll just come out here and chop.
Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 33. Macho says, do I just need to do the quest?
That's how I'm gonna look at this. Fuck yeah,
Abscess
I
says,
heard that
just hit
he-
15.
It's fine.
Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 34. Macho says, then I can. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 35. Abscess says, and then craft it in your camp. Maybe West says, X. Rinka says, Rinka has reached level 36. Shaltir Blood says, Horny Blood Knights, a Covenant PvP company run by the infamous Shaltir Blood Fallen, is taking on lovely members to help us stain Eternum Red and bathe in the ruby blood of our enemies. Eldrac Lumino says, Eldrac Lumino has reached level 17.
Ooh, reinforced sword flare.
Trap Dune Butter says, Trap Dune Butters has reached level 46. I Strider. I says, X. Gamer says, this server is rigged. Much whoever levels the fastest wins. Got ya. Papa Chirp 2 says, Papa Chirp 2 has reached level 22. Gamer says, LMAO. BuzzX says, you got the gear books. Big Eater says, Wyatt release without 8+/1325 LBL gap for PvP is Royal SL and ZZ says, it's easy to LBL LOL. Thorin says, so, do you drop everything on deck? Exo says, because Ethereal gear is LBL 15 REQ. Exo says, you can be 700 GS at LBL 15.
Only Trow.
Rinka says, Woodcutting Simulator 2025. Abscess says, Abscess has reached level 25.
Oh. How are you missing that? I need you to actually aim. What are you doing? What? Like, what? You cannot hit this thing. What? Like, what?
Odin says, do you get anything from it?
Okay, now I return to...
Autism Rock says, strong arms.
No, I have one more thing. Go to Pendragon Mine in the place where Artoria is supposed to survive. Oh no, MSQ is south of me. And so is there a teleport? Oh, that teleporter. It's my weight at 307, which is fine. Go. Get on. Squish. The meat's valuable.
Zioma LOL says, 10,086. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level
Gotta
16.
hit those mushrooms because they're almost like the only way you can get harvesting skill, really. It's annoying. Suddenly, I feel like I should put a tent down.
George W. Bush says, Deadlist is making me type in XBB.
Son bitch.
Devajan says, X-Old.
Need to do faction quests after this MSQ. Takes me back to town. Ooh, blow mop. Or life mop, I mean. Do I like life mops?
Reed Maxing says, crafting T2 PvP tools or Matt's DM me. Enriam says, Enriam has reached level 31.
1.4. Let's have him take me now back to the Argonne Wharf. I don't know, hide is really valuable. I might actually sell the coarse leather. But wood I will convert to XP. Because that's easy to get, but hide is not. Yeah, I'm learning to like keep the materials that are hard to get, yeah, and sell the other stuff, yeah. Because I need to skill up on the loom as well. While I'm here, I need to take faction quests. Stone. No, I want to convert stone to ethereal. Ooh, ethereal dust. Nice. Went up to level 9. Focus up to try and get incoming healing. Ethereal Animus. Oh, ethereal expertise to dust, but I want to convert wood to ethereal. Yep, give me those. Good. And now convert this to XP. 13 things of XP.
El Draglamino says, yellow seems to group and bully the most. Deadman says, no teammates to help you out.
Oh, that wasn't a level.
Struxy says, have you not seen purple? Abscess says, Abscess has reached level 26. Abscess says, Abscess has reached level 27. Big Eater says, LOL, I haven't had more than a couple fights that didn't involve 4+ purples. Abscess says, Abscess has reached level 30. Eric Pierogi says, plot twist. Every faction does the same thing. Comprianor Factory says, Comprianor Factory runs like a brimstone lizard. Comprianor Factory says, Comprianor Factory brings its nails. Comprianor Factory says, Comprianor Factory runs like a brimstone lizard. Comprianor Factory says, Comprianor Factory brings its nails. Eric Pierogi says, just how it be. Abscess says, yeah, I could easily say the same thing with this squad. Bleak says, only groups I've seen are Blood 0 RNA. With Macho says, yellow not orange, they are the color of piss.
Craft timber.
Shaltier Blood says, yes, look at us. You insignificant worm.
I have to craft
Controller main
timber.
says,
Oh,
Todd.
I have
Eric
to.
Pierogi says, what, this is red. Trusty I love says, orange just dehydrated. I'm gonna smack Zero U says, drink some water then bro. Better Offset says, Better Offset has reached level 37.
Piss Boys is a funny name for the orange.
Controller main says, let me get 1k back, gotta buy my farmers a logging axe XP. Waxrat says, LOL. Trusty I love says, sup Mavis. Trusty I love says, Rena.
75.
Eric Pierogi says, are y'all having fun? Tristy I Love says, yup. Unfixed Blue says, yup. Eric Pierogi says, decide everything. Just Bry says, I'm playing New World so not really. El Draglamito says, so far yet. Not Kaji says, yeah. Eric Pierogi says, just Bry seems the most honest XD. El Draglamino says, the grouping and overleveled new bullies are the only complaints so far. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 31. Eric Pierogi says, I hope this is successful. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 32. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 33. Trap Dune Butter says, Trap Dune Butter has reached level 47. Merch 420 says, nice dude. BF says, the big bad bullies got ya down. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 34. Controller Main says, Controller Main has reached level 42. Controller Main says, Controller Main has reached level 43. Firestorm FS says, Firestorm FS has reached level 35. Controller Main says, Controller Main has reached level 44. Trap Dune Public says, Trap Dune Public has reached level 44. Merch 420 says, holy crap haha, just ran into a 61. Tristy I Love says, overleveled actually doesn't matter. ALDL 15 can they can use the same weapons easily. El Draglamino says, nah I just think they're teenagers lol. Bleak says, LMAO imagine. Brightwood says, I suck at PvP but this is fun. Dum Dum Yamum says, green's gross. El Draglamino says, yeah 200 plus attributes don't change much right? Krusty I Love says, no one even has close to 300 attributes lol. Embo7 says, Embo7 has reached level 13.
Alright, I'll take a free ride home.
Krusty I Love says, LBL 65 is 220.
Respawn. Yeah, I don't care about that. I didn't take my faction missions, damn it.
Saltmine says, Saltmine has reached level 4.
Because I had to go get timber. Actually, I mean, that actually was fast. That was a fast way back.
El Draglamino says, you're putting it together. El Draglamino says, we're almost there. Debate SH0T says, Wax is recruiting PvP players. Join us for raids and intense PvP action. We are building a core team to dominate territory. DM Brian B. Debate SH0T says, Wax is recruiting PvP players. Join us for raids and intense PvP action. We are building a core team to dominate territory. DM Brian B. Ligmacho says, Ligmacho has reached level 21. Ligmacho says, Ligmacho has reached level 22. Ligmacho says, Ligmacho has reached level 23. George Soros says, George Soros waves. Tristy I Love says, highest LBL I've seen is 45. Ligmacho says, Ligmacho has reached level 24. Not Kindly says, they took my shoes and my belt. Firestorm FS says, time to continue the main quest doing LBL 20 quest S35 haha. Fireflame says, any PvE companies recruiting? I don't think I like PvP. Abscess says, LOL. Not Kindly says, smiley face. Actor X says, Niven says, awkward XD. Niven says, wrong server bro. El Draglamino says, LOL. Actor X says, LOL. Jelmai says, log off brother.
Oh, wait, no. I'm going the wrong way.
Abscess says, I think JK that was the joke. El Draglamino says, maybe I don't like the elitism of the PvP only players lol. Cologne says, the only PvE here is gathering on the edge of the city. He's one shot says, Witcher's Etsier done large group camping mission stuff.
Shit.
It's Viatar says, looking for company. Valking Nadiri says, YT Valking Nadiri for insane trick shotting and PvP content. Day 1 montage coming out tonight. He's one shot says, come for large PvP. BTC2 says, BTC2 has reached level 17. Valking Nadiri says, brand new channel no subs don't hate. .iStrider.I says, .iStrider.I has reached level 30. Fire Sculptafat says, looking for a quick word run X up GS 700 or above please. Trisky I love says, LOL. Ding says, occultist loves export DPS.
How do you make tools, like better tools?
Only meme says, did they put all each factions in different starting towns? All I'm seeing is my faction flag. Girl 2.0 says, Seals can Oblivion has PvP and PvE, check us out. Abscess says, no. Mock Arrow says, that would have been smart. Triself says, go green. Gothric says, Gothric has reached level 46. Abscess says, no it wouldn't. Trapune Public says, Trapune Public has reached level 45.
Let's put on a
Gothric says,
video.
Gothric has reached level 47.
Everything's running smooth finally. It's good. No problems or anything. Seems good.
Gothric says, Gothric has reached level 48. Abscess says, that would defeat the purpose of being LDL 15 plus PvP server.
Let's watch the PDF.
Bits of a
Gothric says,
Nazi
Gothric has reached level 49.
I think I'll turn off the TTS now. It's good, but I don't want to hear them.
Tristy I love says,
Doing mature tree, I can do mature tree now. Let's go. And I do not believe this. Ooh, harvesting. Oops. Oh yeah, the season. Is there a season? No? Yo, you must be level 25 to access seasons. Okay. I will purchase a season, I guess, although I don't know if I have the money. Fuck. Oh, actually, I don't care. I don't want to spend the money. I wish to... Oh yeah, I gotta go to my faction rep, yes. No PvP missions, huh?
Midst of a Nazi salute or autism scandal, you got people claiming that Meta is now forcing them to follow Donald Trump and banning liberal content. And Donald Trump signed an avalanche of day one executive orders that we're gonna run through, including an attempt to kill birthright citizenship with him immediately picking a fight with the Constitution. We're gonna be talking about all that and even more on your brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting. So with that said, first up, let's talk about something that the internet's been debating nonstop for the past 24 hours, and that is, did Elon Musk just do a Nazi salute?
And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization.
What?
Okay. This. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
What?
My heart goes out to you.
Right, so that was a video of Elon Musk speaking to Trump supporters at the Capital One Arena in DC yesterday. And with that, you saw a lot of people saying that Musk appears to be doing what's known as the Roman salute, which was used by Hitler, Mussolini, and other Europeans during the early 20th century. So of course, it will finally be done with Hitler, with it being used alongside chants, Heil Hitler, and
is it
Hail. Also,
surprising?
since World War II, the salute has continued to be used by fascist, neo-Nazi, and white supremacist groups, which is why you had a lot of people on social media expressing concern about Musk's gestures, with many arguing that he was clearly doing a Nazi salute. And this is you also had some media outlets like The Guardian and the Israeli newspaper Haaretz running headlines describing Musk as doing what appears to be a fascist salute. Also, you had some historical experts chiming in, including a history professor at New York University who wrote, "Historian of fascism here, it was a Nazi salute and a very belligerent one too. too, as well as a historian who specializes in Nazism within the United States who posted, "Yes, I've seen the Elon Musk Sieg Heil," and adding, "My professional opinion is that you're all right. You should believe your eyes, and you don't need me to tell you all what you already know is true." Beyond that, we saw a lot of left-leaning European leaders also condemning the gesture, this notably including the German health minister who tweeted, "Such a gesture, given his already known proximity to right-wing populists in the fascist tradition, must worry every Democrat." Right? And that was also a point we saw many others echoing, right? Arguing that this gesture, that it can't be interpreted in a vacuum, but in the context of Musk's other actions and beliefs, with one article published in Time saying, "Musk has previously been criticized for allowing pro-Nazi accounts to flourish on his platform and for posting right-wing memes and seemingly supporting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, which led to an exodus of advertisers from X in 2023, and for recently supporting Germany's far-right populist AfD party, whose leaders have made anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, and anti-democratic statements, according to the ADL." And this, as others have pointed to, right-wing extremists, white supremacists, and neo-Nazis online openly celebrating the gesture across the internet. But of course, while all of that is happening, there are plenty of people defending Musk, arguing that the gesture was not a Nazi salute, with many arguing that Musk was just trying to do a hand gesture for "my heart goes out to you," but it just came out awkward because he has Asperger's. And among those, you had a history professor at Maryville College in Tennessee who wrote, "I have criticized Elon Musk many times for letting neo-Nazis pollute this platform, but this gesture is not a Nazi salute. This is a socially awkward autistic man's wave to the crowd where he says, 'my heart goes out to you.'" As well as seeing the opinion editor at Newsweek who posted, "As a person with a strong track record of criticizing Elon Musk, I feel extremely confident asserting that this was not a Nazi salute. Elon Musk is a friend to the Jews. This is a man with Asperger's exuberantly throwing his heart to the crowd. We don't need to invent outrage." You also had right-leaning outlets like Fox News painting this whole thing as false liberal outrage. But also, most notably, you have the previously mentioned ADL, right, the Anti-Defamation League, which has long been a leading source in interpreting and defining hate speech, arguing this was not, in fact, a Nazi salute, with them posting a statement reading, "This is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety." It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute, but again, we appreciate that people are on edge, with them then adding, "In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work toward unity in the months and years ahead." Then you also had a ton of people slamming the ADL for their response, and that included major names like Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, or with AOC posting, "Just to be clear, you are defending a Hail Hitler salute that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity." Continuing, "People can officially stop listening to you as any sort of reputable source of information now. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all." You also had political commentator Hassan Piker getting into the mix, sharing a tweet with screenshots of the gesture and the ADL's response and writing, "Come on, man," with Hassan to a certain degree also becoming part of the story because the video where he saw the gesture and reacted to it went massively viral.
Did he just Sieg Heil?
It is thanks to you that the future of civilization.
And then also in another tweet, he wrote, "It's okay though, he's pro-Israel, don't worry guys." Now with all that said, as far as how Musk himself has responded, he's been replying to several different posts about the controversy, thanking the ADL for its statement, mocking AOC, and agreeing with a post that read, "Can we please retire the calling people a Nazi thing?" With Elon then echoing that comment on a post of his own writing, "Frankly, they need better dirty tricks. The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired." But ultimately, that is where we are on this one. And so with it, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And I'm very interested because really depending on where you go on the internet, there are drastically different opinions and reactions to this whole situation. But then let's talk about something I got so many messages about over on our text line, 813-213-4423, and that involved the news and the question, is Meta, and specifically Instagram, suppressing searches of Democrat-related content now? Right, and that because last night and early this morning, you had a ton of people reporting that when they searched the hashtag Democrat on Instagram, they got a message saying, "We've hidden these results." And then at the same time, also claiming the search for the Republican hashtag did elicit results. With posts around this going super viral, outlets like Mashable
One time on Facebook I said, "Kill the president."
That was indeed happening on both mobile and desktop versions of Instagram. But then also outlets like Axios reporting that it wasn't just the word Democrat that was being censored, that some couldn't search for things like January 6th. Also with this, around 7, I tested it, and yeah, when I searched liberal or Democrat, things wouldn't pop up, but when I searched conservative or Republican, things did. But then 1, about 10 or 15 minutes later, I started getting results. And 2, we've now seen Meta telling outlets like BBC News that, quote, "We're aware of an error affecting hashtags across the political spectrum, and we are working to get it resolved." And again, it now does look like the issue is generally solved. With, for example, a search of the Democrats hashtag bringing up posts, and a search for the word Democrats alone, bringing up relevant accounts and suggested searches. So there, you also had people arguing that the suggested terms did kind of seem to skew a little anti-Democrat, right? Things like Democrats crying memes and Democrats melting down. But that also made us speak to the popularity of the posts that use that hashtag. Now, of course, with all that, given the timing of everything, there's also been a ton of discourse over the fact that these searches were ever blocked, intentionally or not. Because this happened after Trump swearing in just yesterday, and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg was in attendance alongside other tech and business moguls. Meta also donated $1 million to the inauguration and recently changed things in its company because of the election, like its fact-checking system. And so with all that, you had social media consultant Matt Navarra telling BBC News, in a hyper-partisan environment, even unintentional errors like this can escalate into accusations of partisanship, and saying if these issues are not resolved quickly, they risk fueling conspiracy theories and damaging Meta's reputation. Though there, this comes as Meta's reputation for many has faced some hits. Right amid its policy changes, there have been calls for boycotts, but then this also as people on the other side didn't instantly become Mark Zuckerberg fans, right, with us seeing a number of Trump supporters thinking that Mark Zuckerberg is just kind of going whichever way the wind blows. Though also, I will say, this is not the only political issue that's being reported with Meta platforms right now. You've had many today saying that they're now following accounts for Donald and Melania Trump against their wishes. And while reports there have noted, at least in many cases, some people were just following POTUS and White House accounts that transitioned from the Biden administration to Trump yesterday, the problem didn't quite stop there, right? And that because, as outlets like Forbes have noted, some users have said they're now unable to unfollow those accounts. And we have tons of outlets, running articles, fact-checking the problem, that this whole thing, it just feels like a mess and it adds fuel to the fire. And then we'll get back to more news in just a moment, but in 2025, I'm even more committed to creating better daily habits, small changes that over time build a better me. And among those is a new concept called action-based investing, right? A simple yet powerful concept where you invest in companies you already spend with, and thanks to today's sponsor, Griffin, it's now possible. Because Griffin is the first investing app designed around your life where every purchase automatically becomes an opportunity to grow with brands that you use daily. Like coffee at Starbucks, you now own Starbucks stock. Shop Amazon, you're an Amazon shareholder. Whether you're a seasoned investor or just getting started, Griffin lets you stock where you shop effortlessly with as little as $1. Right, well, I eventually bought it. I wish I had bought Apple stock when I got my first iPhone. So with Griffin, I'll never miss out again. Plus, the app's totally customizable. You link your favorite cards, set a weekly limit, and you're ready to start. And so whether you're streaming your favorite show or you're doing a Target run, you're not just spending, you're building wealth one purchase at a time. And starting at just $3 per month, Griffin's membership makes investing effortless and personalized. So head to griffindefranco.com and use code PHILD5 for $5 towards your new favorite habit. Plus, if you do so before February 1st, you're automatically entered for a chance to win $1,000. Just scan the QR code or head to griffindefranco.com and enter PHILD5 today. But then, jumping back into the news, it is the second day of the second Trump presidency, and as expected, there is already too much we need to talk about. Because while more is obviously coming, he reportedly issued 26 executive orders, 12 memoranda, and 4 proclamations on his first day back in the Oval Office. And so where we'll start is with where he started, with a single order revoking 78 Biden-era executive actions. With those having dealt with everything from racial and gender discrimination to immigration, healthcare, climate change, and virtually any other issue you could imagine. And along with that, you had him signing an order stopping executive departments and agencies from proposing or issuing new rules until someone directly appointed or designated by Trump has a chance to approve them. With all of that sort of meant to start clearing the way for Donald Trump to begin issuing and implementing his own agenda, which notably included potentially going after the Biden administration. Because we also saw him issuing an executive order to have the Attorney General and Director of National Intelligence review the activities of law enforcement and intelligence agencies over the past few years, with them accusing the Biden administration of targeting individuals who voiced oppositions to its policies, including by, quote, ruthlessly prosecuting more than 1,500 individuals associated with January 6th. And with that, saying it is now the policy of the U.S. to, quote, correct past misconduct by the federal government related to the weaponization of law enforcement and the weaponization of the intelligence community. And with that, we saw Donald Trump already taking some of the first steps there, with him issuing sweeping pardons or otherwise granting some form of clemency to those involved in the insurrection, including rioters who violently attacked police. With many, both people and publications, highlighting people like, for example, the leader of the Proud Boys, who was serving a 22-year prison term after being convicted of seditious conspiracy, which was definitely something that stood out, as that was the longest sentence that was handed down against any of the nearly 1,600 people who were charged in connection with January 6th. But then, moving forward, we're going to break down the rest of Trump's day one policies by category. And so here, let's start talking about a few of the executive actions affecting federal workers. Right? And in general, these are the ones roughly aimed to make good on Trump's promises to dismantle the deep state, drain the swamp, or improve government efficiency. So we saw, for example, he ordered a freeze on the hiring of federal civilian employees, with that one stating that the heads of executive departments and agencies shall seek efficient use of existing personnel and funds to improve public services and the delivery of these services. But also, notably, the order does not apply to military personnel or what was described as positions related to immigration enforcement, national security, or public safety. You also then had Trump making the action to end remote work policies and ordering federal workers back to the office time, as well as one granting top secret security clearances to White House staff without going through traditional vetting procedures. And then, one of the most significant things here is that it reclassifies thousands of federal employees, strips them of protections, and makes them easier to fire. And according to the White House here, it's about restoring accountability. And actually, with that, it's an amended and updated version of an executive order that Trump signed back in 2020, establishing a new Schedule F employment category for federal employees. In that new category, it increases the president's power to remove civil servants, people who notably have historically been shielded from shifts in administration. Though also, with that, last time Biden actually took office and repealed the order before the Trump administration had a chance to implement it, which is why since then it's been long on the conservative wish list, which, I mean, on that note, for example, Project 2025 reportedly called for the original order to be reinstated. Now, this new one, it basically does the same thing, essentially by means of reclassifying certain federal employees as political appointees, and specifically targeting those whose jobs are, quote, of a confidential, policy-determining, policy-making, or policy-advocating character. So what that means is that could reportedly give Trump power over as many as 50,000 federal workers out of a workforce of more than 2 million. And while that may sound like a small number, for reference here, new presidents typically only get to replace more than 4,000 political appointees to oversee the running of their administration. Now that said, the order is clear that employees are not required to personally or politically support the president or his administration's policies, but it does go on to say they are required to faithfully implement administration policies to the best of their ability, and failure to do so is grounds for dismissal. So of course, that language, it hasn't eased concerns for many that this might be a way for Donald Trump to get rid of those who disagree with him. Though the White House, for their part, they have framed the order as necessary to rein in rogue bureaucrats, saying there have been numerous and well-documented cases of career federal employees resisting and undermining the policies and directives of their executive leadership. But then, on the other side of this, you have people like Everett Kelly, the national president of the American Federation of Government Employees, saying President Trump's order is a blatant attempt to corrupt the federal government by eliminating employees' due process rights so they can be fired for political reasons. And continuing, this unprecedented assertion of executive power will create an army of sycophants beholden only to Donald Trump, not the Constitution or the people. But then, in an attempt to include even more, another big chunk of Trump's executive action dealt with hot-button conservative issues like gender and diversity, with Trump here signing an executive order just straight up ending DEI across the federal government, or at least ordering each agency, department, or commission head to terminate to the maximum extent allowed by law all DEI, DEIA, and environmental justice offices and positions. And that, including any related plans, programs, initiatives, and performance requirements. And notably, this is happening as Trump's re-election has seemingly already sparked a wave of backlash against DEI. Companies like Meta, McDonald's, and Walmart being among the major companies announcing the end of some or all of their diversity practices. And then also, building on that, we saw Trump sign an order saying that it is now the official policy of the United States to recognize two sexes, male and female, and adding, these sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. With that, among other things, the order requires that government-issued identification documents, including passports, visas, and global entry cards, accurately reflect the holder's sex, which obviously is a big shift since back in 2022, the Biden administration allowed U.S. citizens to be able to select the gender-neutral X as a marker on their passports. Also beyond that, the new Trump policy makes it so you can bar transgender people from accessing single-sex federal prisons, detention centers, or shelters that best align with their gender identities, as well as halting the use of federal money for gender-affirming care, which, notably there, is something that several incarcerated trans people have successfully challenged in court. And so actually, with that, I do want to say, almost everything that we're talking about here, it could very well and probably will be challenged in court, which actually brings us to the next big category, and that is immigration and the border, where in fact, multiple lawsuits have already been filed. With one, for example, being in response to Trump's efforts to make good on his promise to end birthright citizenship, which, if you didn't know, and it's a key thing here, is a right guaranteed by the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, and it was affirmed by the Supreme Court more than 125 years ago. And so the executive order seems to be trying to argue for a strange reinterpretation of the amendment, with it appearing to wrongly claim that it never was meant to be interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everyone born within the United States, and then arguing that undocumented individuals and their children are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and therefore are not entitled to citizenship at birth. With us seeing outlets here like Axios, for example, reporting that Trump is acting on a once fringe belief that U.S.-born children of undocumented immigrants have no right to U.S. citizenship and are part of a conspiracy rooted in racism to replace white Americans.
Oh, damn it, the evil empire march of the bastards
theory and
is
said that
moving.
immigrants today are poisoning the blood of our country. Also here, I will say, the birthright citizenship stuff, it is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Donald Trump and immigration, because you also had him declaring migrants crossing along the U.S.-Mexico border to be a national emergency, with him then signing separate executive orders entitled Securing Our Borders, Guaranteeing the State's Protection Against Invasion, and Protecting the American People Against Invasion. And those, in addition to ones authorizing the U.S. military to draft a plan for sending sending troops to the border, creating a process which would allow cartels to be designated as foreign terrorist organizations, suspending the refugee admissions program for at least 4 months, and finally, directing the Attorney General to seek the death penalty for the murder of law enforcement officers and capital crimes committed by undocumented immigrants. And here, I do want to stress, there is a whole lot of detail that we could get into about exactly what all of these say. But today, I am trying to get to as many things as possible, and we're going to be definitely talking about all this more as more of these are implemented and then challenged in court. But for now, let's talk about how we're already seeing the impact just a day in. And so there, you have an example like the CBP-1 app, which helped facilitate the legal entry of nearly 1 million migrants since January of 2023. And well, now it's just been shut down, and with that, tens of thousands of appointments have reportedly been canceled, upending plans and leaving people stranded near the border with nowhere to go. And similarly, thanks to Trump suspending refugee admissions, you have The Guardian reporting that panic is spreading among more than 1,600 Afghans eligible to enter the United States as refugees, with them now effectively stranded in Afghanistan or neighboring Pakistan, and many reportedly in danger and having time-sensitive reasons to leave the country. And so, of course, the whole situation there and with immigration in general, it's something that we're going to really have to keep an eye on. But next up, we have another big area, and that is economics, and especially international trade. Because there, Trump has famously promised massive tariffs against everywhere from China to Mexico to Canada. Of course, when I say tariffs against foreign countries, again, they are really taxes being paid by Americans on imports from those countries. Though again, very notably, that is not how Donald Trump has repeatedly described it. I mean, he even said it again in his inaugural address.
Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
And then also, since saying that, he suggested that he might impose tariffs of as much as 25% on goods coming from Mexico and Canada. Though there, at least as of recording this, he has not unveiled a solid plan. But in terms of executive action, you had him announcing an America First trade policy, with, among other things, Trump floating the idea of creating what he called an external revenue service to collect tariffs, duties, and other foreign trade-related revenues. But then also the executive order calling for an investigation into things like the country's persistent trade deficits and the so-called de minimis tax exemption for imported goods worth less than $800. We then also saw Donald Trump making moves on energy and climate change, which notably are topics where the Republican Party has almost the opposite stance in general of the Biden administration in every way. And here we saw one of the biggest and most vague being implementing a review on, quote, all existing regulations, orders, guidance documents, policies, settlements, consent orders, and any other agency actions that are an undue burden on developing energy sources. With this, including pretty much every non-green energy source like coal, oil, and natural gas, but also on nuclear and even some green energy sources like hydropower. With that, then naturally tying into a move to make it easier to drill in Alaska, as well as trying to reverse a ban that Biden implemented on offshore drilling. And then there are other attacks on Biden-era policies, such as the total halting of leases of offshore wind farms, or the removal of regulations on tailpipe pollution that incentivize manufacturers to make electric cars, as well as other regulations on dishwashers, shower heads, and gas stoves. And a lot of this is going to be aided by Trump's national energy emergency. It is the first of its kind, and under the guise of an emergency, it lets the president skirt rules and regulations. And one offshoot from this is that it's probably going to be easier for energy, mining, and other companies that heavily impact the environment to get permits. And then lastly here, the United States is going to be withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty again. But if you don't remember, Trump did this the first time he was in office, and then Biden rejoined it. But now, in 2025, we're back to being one of the only countries that's not part of it. But again, none of that is really a surprise. Trump has spoken on this, including during his inauguration.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency.
Oh, really?
We will drill,
That's
baby, drill. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers.
Our era is just going
now
to get
with
worse.
all that, I got to pass the question off to you, and I will preface this by saying I know we did not cover every single thing. We are trying to put in as much as possible, and this is going to be a continuing conversation. I'd love to hear from you on what stood out with anything and everything we covered here. Also, what has stood out on what we haven't talked about yet. And then, just generally to extend it, how are you otherwise feeling? And then we'll get right back to the news in a moment. But first, something that we all have in common, sadly, it's easily becoming victim to data breaches, exposing all of our personal information. Thousands of companies are collecting, aggregating, and trading your personal data without you knowing anything about it. But with today's sponsor, Incogni, they can do what we all wish we could, automatically scrub scrub your personal data off the market. I mean, it could take you years to manually request that your data be deleted, but Incogni, they can do it for you automatically to protect your privacy. And I'll say personally, I signed up and saw how many data brokers had my information, which was just straight up upsetting. But then, within a week, Incogni was already working its magic. Right? They have cleared my data from hundreds of brokers and counting, and they've saved me hundreds of hours of headache-inducing work. So if you're not cool with random people being able to look up where you live, work, or what you're buying and who would be, you need Incogni in your life. Seriously, check this out for yourself and take control of your data back. Just go to incogni.com/DeFranco and don't forget to use code DeFranco to get 60% off. That's incogni.com/DeFranco, or scan the code on screen and use code DeFranco to take your personal data off the market. But then, shifting gears to a completely unrelated story, we need to talk about technology. Because like maybe a lot of you, I get excited when I see tech advancements. But then sometimes, and it's often in the pursuit of extra money, we just do stupid shit. And specifically today, I want to talk about how, over the past several thousand years, humans have made a lot of progress in the way we take care of our babies. We've gone from raising them in caves and presumably fighting off predators to swaddling them in luxurious bassinets decked out with smart devices that track sleep, crying, digestion, and hunger. But there's one thing that these cave women back in the day didn't have to deal with while they were battling the elements, and that is surprise paywalls. And while I know that sounds random, I'm talking about this today because there's this ongoing controversy surrounding the SNU bassinet. Right? And that because it's an electric internet-connected bassinet that comes with a host of features meant to improve your baby's and, by extension, your sleep. With it lulling the baby to sleep using sound and motion throughout the night, and then when it detects fussing, it automatically responds with gradually increasing levels of both to soothe them. The thing is, ever since July, a lot of parents who have come to rely on those features have been surprised by a paywall. With the ironically named Happiest Baby, the company that sells the SNU, making them sign up for a $20 monthly premium subscription to continue using some of the most popular features. Or with those, including the sleep tracker and the so-called weaning mode, which helps transition the baby to a bigger bed, among others. And so in the wake of this, you had a lot of people up in arms over what felt to them like a rug pull. With one user writing on the product subreddit, it's actually disgusting to take advantage of parents who are just trying to get their kids to sleep and already paying a large sum for the pleasure of something that A, may not work, B, can only be used for a short period before becoming useless, C, requires ongoing payment to use full features. And this is another mother told The Verge, I am not opposed to the concept of premium membership if they want to add more features, but adding, I am surprised to see existing features that were advertised as coming with the SNU suddenly being paywall. It's like a mechanic intentionally breaking your car just so they can sell you the repair. But there you have Happiest Baby defending itself, pointing out that every new purchase of the SNU comes with a free premium subscription for 9 months, which covers pretty much the entire time your baby would use it. So essentially, the argument is that the only people who have to pay are secondhand buyers who get the SNU at a discount from previous owners. And with that, Happiest Baby telling the Washington Post that secondhand market, it creates a burden on the company. With them arguing that without an ongoing subscription, it makes no money from the new owner, but it still has to keep and present information for them and help with any issues. But for the parents who already forked over hundreds of dollars for features they assumed would be free, it's irrelevant who that money went to, right? It's fucking expensive. And this, as you have critics arguing that the SNU is just one example of a growing tactic that's become so infamous, it's earned a name. Software tethering. With, for example, the $400 MICU baby monitor dropping a $10 monthly subscription for most of its features in 2023.
It felt like robbery to me, honestly.
What does this device do now if you don't pay that subscription?
It is a camera. That's it. Like it's the technological equivalent to a $40 baby monitor.
And sometimes you don't even get an option of a subscription. The software support just ends. Like for example, when Spotify told customers who bought its $90 car thing device that it would stop supporting it in December, just 22 months after launching the product. Or also like when Levi's did the same thing for its $350 smart jacket, which came with sensors on the sleeve that let users control their phones. Which is why in recent years, we've seen consumer advocates demanding stricter regulations on smart devices. With, for example, Public Interest Research Group's leader for the Design to Last campaign telling the Post, this new technology is actually allowing manufacturers to change the way the status quo has been for decades, which is that once you buy something, you own it and you can do whatever you want. And adding, right now, consumers have no trust that what they're buying is actually going to keep working. And then further arguing that this doesn't just hurt consumers, it hurts the earth, right? Because you've got all this perfectly good hardware that just ends up getting dumped in landfills because the manufacturer pulled software support from it. Though also, going back to the case of the SNU, we're seeing some people pushing back. With now, customers reportedly filing dozens of complaints to the Federal Trade Commission and the Better Business Bureau. And that, notably, is in addition to 17 consumer protection and tech advocacy groups sending a letter to the FTC about the SNU, car thing, and other smart devices. And there, they proposed 5 reforms that they argue could improve the industry. First, they want to require companies to put a guaranteed minimum support time on their product's packaging. Second, require core functions like an e-bike starting up, an oven heating up, or a thermostat changing the temperature to work even if the internet fails or software support ends. Third, they want to encourage companies to distribute tools and software to repurpose products after support ends. Fourth, they want to force companies to let competitors or third parties parties create tools so people can reuse or modify the products. And fifth, encourage manufacturers to build longevity into the design of their products. But notably, all of those are just suggestions, so we're gonna have to see if the regulators actually jump on this market or not. And as far as my opinion here, I think Snoo and other companies like this, they are in the wrong. It feels like their thinking here is flawed, that it is anti-consumer. If they wanted to be less predatory, they could have some sort of buyback program or some sort of thing that incentivizes repurposing. And all I know is if the device that I paid hundreds of dollars for to calm my baby down and keep my baby asleep just fucking stopped working and someone was trying to exploit me and get even more money out of me, I would, while slowly going insane on getting less sleep because I have a baby, find out who made these decisions and then go to every aspect of their day-to-day life and hide a smoke detector that needs a battery. Or every waking moment of their life, they just hear a beep and then another beep and they start to think they're slowly going insane. Because it's already hard being a parent, and in those first months and those first years, sleep is everything. It will make or break you, and you purposely built something in your product to make it worse so you could pull money from people down the road. But hey, one, that's just my opinion. I don't need everyone to agree with me on that. And two, most people probably don't need this device. But then, moving on to some other interesting news. According to a group of nearly 200 former CIA, defense, and intelligence figures, this casino could be a national security threat. And this notably is going down as a bill which would be the first step in paving the way for Virginia's 6th casino is making its way through the state Senate. And this is also, many are taking issue with the proposed location, right? They're talking about building this new casino in Fairfax County. And then even more specifically, they're looking at the city of Tysons within the county. And here's the thing, if you're unfamiliar with Fairfax, it's just outside of Washington, D.C., and it's home to a whole slew of defense and intelligence organizations. We're talking the CIA headquarters, the National Counterterrorism Center, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and that's without mentioning the countless contractors. And according to the national security leaders for Fairfax, right, that group of former spies, Fairfax County is probably home to more security clearances than anywhere else in the country, which they say prompts a serious problem if a casino is built, saying in a letter to state and local officials. The proximity of a Tysons casino to a significant population of government, military, and contract officials with access to highly secretive government intelligence, diplomatic, and defense information will not only attract organized crime, saying casinos always do, but also adversarial intelligence services looking to recruit those with such access whom they hope to blackmail. With Sally Horn, the former senior director of the Office of the Secretary of Defense, telling the Washington Post, problem gamblers who go into deep debt and or fear losing their clearances and jobs if their gambling problem comes to light are prime targets for compromise and recruitment by Russia, China, and others who would do us ill. And that argument, it's not entirely unfounded. In fact, according to a 1992 report by the Defense Technical Information Center, gambling debts drove at least 7 Americans to sell government secrets to the Soviet Union. Though also with that, you have some state officials not convinced that this is actually a threat, and that includes people like State Senate Majority Leader Scott Sorovel, who notably introduced the bill, where he says that if convenient gambling is enough to corrupt government spies, then there are bigger issues to address, especially considering the proximity of other casinos to Fairfax County, with Sorovel saying to the Post, we already have a massive slots parlor 45 minutes west in West Virginia, MGM Casino right over the river in Maryland, and sports gaming on every phone in the state. So I guess the Chinese already know everything, which notably, I will say, is a point that the former spies opposing the Fairfax casino have acknowledged. But they argue that building a casino right there, it would magnify the temptation exponentially. And there you have folks like State Senator Jennifer Boysko saying, you could go on your lunch break, right, or happy hour after work. Now with all that, I do want to note that outside of spies going turncoat, there are other arguments against the potential casino. But those are kind of boring things unless you actively live there. There are arguments about that specific area that's going to be used and potential gridlock and who's getting the tax revenue.
Selling
And in
sex
general,
to
it
be
just kinda got me
legalized.
wondering, I wonder how big of an issue blackmail is with people.
I want it protected by law. I want selling drugs legalized. I want it protected by law. I want, like a lot of the world's problems, like kind of like, I want trade to be legalized and protected by law. You can sell whatever you want at whatever price with no penalties and no middlemen or anything. I'm sick of the control.
Especially in 2025, where more vices than ever, both legal and illegal, are readily available at your fingertips or at least in your zip code. But then, finally today, let's talk about yesterday in some commentary brought to you by Beautiful Bastard, the most comfortable way to wear your feelings. Whether it be anything from our new drop this week, like God is testing me and I refuse to study, a silly goose in this economy, and or the re-release of You May Not Fuck With Politics, but Politics Will Fuck With You, or any of the other goodness on site with much of it 20% off. But in diving into those comments yesterday, I saw a lot of people talking about health insurance. insurance. Which I will say, despite how troubling and infuriating those stories were, I was glad that it stuck with people. I didn't just do 18 minutes of a deep dive into the topic for shits and giggles. It's something that's really concerning to me. I think it connects to a lot of people, but also it weirds the hell out of the people watching from outside the country. I mean, a ton of the top comments were things like, as someone having universal healthcare in Germany, the deep dive on health insurance made me angry. Here in Germany, when a doctor deems a treatment to be necessary, insurance companies have to pay, period. No discussion if the treatment is necessary. As well as, I live in Japan, and hearing the stories about the medical insurance is mind-boggling to me. Just last Saturday, I went to get a health check, totally free, or rather taxes pay for it, which is exactly how taxes should be used, and saying I got a breast ultrasound and a barium swallow test plus blood work and didn't have to pay anything out of pocket. This is yearly. This is preventative healthcare, and honestly, the bare minimum. And this is also people in the United States were sharing their stories. With seeing people like Tim saying, my wife was in a serious accident last year, and dealing with health insurance and bills while also being a full-time caregiver for a few months brought me to edge. I find myself to be a pretty compassionate person, but the CEO getting shot was a long time coming. For-profit healthcare is insanity. As well as folks like Maria sharing, as a chemotherapy nurse, prior authorization is the bane of mine and our whole practice's existence. The fact that we can get different answers on what is covered based on which insurance representative picks up the phone is the most infuriating. The peer-to-peer, our doctor to insurance's doctor part you mentioned, wastes so much of the time of the already limited time the oncologists have. Just the amount of time we as the oncology nurses have to spend on hold with the insurance companies is ridiculous. And again, all of this as people were sharing their individual stories. I'm including some on screen. You can pause and read through those yourself. And thank you to everyone that takes part in those comments, especially when you're opening up and sharing personal stories. Yeah, that is where your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning dive into the news day is going to end. I want to thank you for being in this with me every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Also, hey, follow me on any of these platforms that you use right here, links in the description. There's just been a fire hose of news and we're trying to stay on top of it for you. But that said, yeah, thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
This episode is brought to you by Ground News. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion.
Thank you, Cold Fusion, the rise of Vietnam. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
As reported by CNBC, out of all the countries on Earth, Vietnam will see the sharpest increase in wealth over the next decade.
Right on.
Why? Well, it's because
Good.
in the background,
That's good.
they've been positioning themselves to become the new global manufacturing hub after China. Many companies are ramping up manufacturing efforts in Vietnam, including Apple, Samsung, and Intel. So what, you might be thinking? Having the projected fastest growth in the next decade might be a nice achievement, but what's the big deal? Well, what makes this success story so incredible is that just in a single generation, Vietnam went from one of the poorest nations in the world to a middle-income economy. To really understand how radical Vietnam's rise is, you must comprehend its history, the perpetual struggle of war, and how it all turned around for them. In this episode, we explore the emerging dark horse on the economic global stage, Vietnam. We'll see their struggles and how this massive transformation took place, and we'll also see the challenges that it yet has to overcome.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Cool.
So what comes to mind when you think about Vietnam? For many younger people, it might be a budget-friendly Southeast Asian gateway with stunning landscapes. But for those a bit older, it might evoke images of a poor country with dense jungles, soldiers trudging through thick foliage, ravaged villages, and scenes of fleeing refugees. A land of hardship and strife. This imagery was largely influenced by mainstream Western media. It was all over the news. But also, films like Platoon and Full Metal Jacket portrayed the brutality of the Vietnam War. But now, in the mid-2020s, this is simply a distant memory. Today, the lively streets of Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam's largest metropolis, are filled with the buzz of motorbikes, an aroma of street food, and an energy of a nation on the rise. In the country's capital, Hanoi, skyscrapers stand tall, high-tech industrial parks buzz with activity, and luxury brands line the streets. The city's lively atmosphere can be felt. There's young professionals everywhere, and they're leading the charge, creating everything from startups to sustainable agriculture. The boost in economic development has contributed to a significant rise in living standards. But in Vietnam, there's a saying, Gai Qua Lo Gai Quan, which in English loosely translates to, in hardship, wisdom emerges. And this couldn't be more fitting for the story we're about to tell. Vietnam was under French colonial rule for nearly a century. Starting in the mid-19th century, Vietnam became part of French Indochina, a federation of French colonial territories in Southeast Asia, including Laos and Cambodia. Under French rule, the country's resources were exploited for the benefit of the colonial power. Vietnamese people faced harsh treatment, forced labor, and heavy taxation. After nearly a century of oppression, resentment was quietly growing. There was a strong desire for independence among the Vietnamese people. The desire had given rise to a revolutionary movement, and it was led by Ho Chi Minh. He spent years abroad, studying and rallying international support for Vietnam's cause. He was an interesting character. Standing at 5'5", he wasn't physically intimidating, and, strangely, he actually respected the democratic values of France. But he thought that the French practicing colonialism was hypocritical. Although Ho Chi Minh stated that he didn't like violence, if anyone got in his way, he would crush them. Later, revered as the founding father of modern Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh became the leader of the Viet Minh, a communist-led resistance group dedicated to ending colonial rule. The Vietnamese were finally going to fight back. There was an attempt for a peaceful resolution with the French, but after peace talks broke down, the struggle for independence culminated in war in 1946.
There's no greatsword. Why?
It was a war between Ho Chi Minh's resistance army and French forces. The brutal conflict dragged on for nearly a decade.
Oh no, there it is.
France's control over Vietnam was heavily weakened after the Second World War. In 1954, the French were finally forced to negotiate. The agreement was to split Vietnam in half, the North and the South, and this division would set the stage for the country's next chapter in history. So now Vietnam was no longer under French rule, but the road to reunification was far from smooth. The peace was fragile, and tensions between the communist North, led by Ho Chi Minh, and the anti-communist South quickly escalated. The United States, fearing a spread of communism in Southeast Asia, began to support the South Vietnamese government, but the USA's full involvement only made matters worse.
These are U.S. soldiers fighting on Vietnam's front lines. They are giving their lives. They are not just giving their advice. To a degree never foreseen by Kennedy, we hold the destiny of Vietnam in our hands, and it holds ours.
In essence, the war was as much a battle of ideologies as it was a struggle for control. From 1955 to 1975, Vietnam was engulfed in a brutal war that brought unimaginable suffering and destruction. The American intervention, marked by extensive bombing campaigns, ground operations, and millions of soldiers in total, made headlines around the world. The youth of America protested against the war, causing a social divide locally between generations.
The war in Vietnam is no longer simply their war to win or lose, it's ours as well. And it has become the most divisive in 100 years of American history. Do the results match the effort?
Student protests in 1970 at Kent State University saw a brutal crackdown from the US National Guard, resulting in the deaths of 4 students. The event shocked the world, and this incident culturally later became known as the official end of the peace era of 1960s America. The war finally ended in 1975 with the fall of Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam. After the fall, Saigon was renamed Ho Chi Minh City in honor of the North Vietnamese leader. Finally, the country was reunified under a socialist republic. However, the newly formed Vietnam faced severe hardship. The economy was in ruins, infrastructure was destroyed, and agriculture crippled. More than anything, the war left an irreparable scar on the Vietnamese people. Millions died, villages were burnt to the ground, and families were torn apart. The land was scarred by chemical defoliators, the effects of which are still felt today. The devastation of this war is well documented, but I just want to give you an estimation on the level of destruction. About 1 to 3 million Vietnamese soldiers and civilians, 300,000 Cambodians, 20,000 to 60,000 Laotians, and 58,000 US service members died in the conflict. Around 4.6 million tons of bombs were dropped on Vietnam. It caused extensive damage to the countryside and infrastructure. Over the span of 2 decades, a total of 3 million people from Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam fled their countries. According to the UNHCR, 800,000 of these refugees were Vietnamese who escaped by boat, later to become known as the Boat People of Vietnam. So to recap, Vietnam endured nearly a century under French colonial rule, facing harsh treatment and exploitation. Ho Chi Minh led the revolutionary movement for Vietnamese independence, culminating in the First Indochina War, a war with his resistance army against the French. In 1954, Vietnam achieved independence from French colonial rule. The Vietnam War, spanning from 1955 to 1975, involved significant US participation.
Hello?
The conflict ended with the reunification of the country under a socialist regime.
Yes, make the light staff, yeah.
So, after decades of fighting and destruction, Vietnam was left in ruins. It was one of the poorest nations of the world.
What?
The GDP per capita was hovering between $150 and $300 in the late 1980s to 1995. To give you an idea, today, in GDP per capita terms, that would make it the second poorest country on Earth, ahead of Burundi and just below Afghanistan. Back then in Vietnam, the struggle to rebuild was immense. The path to recovery seemed daunting under a strict socialist system. Many refugees did return to their country,
You can't do it.
and the
You
streets
can't
of
make
Hanoi
the staff.
and Ho Chi Minh
Why?
City started to bustle with activity again. Yet, the air was thick with the weight of economic despair. The people in power knew that something needed to be done. In December of 1986, the government introduced a policy called Doi Moi. The Doi Moi reforms, meaning renovation or innovation, were born out of necessity and a desire for renewal. The initiative, led by Prime Minister Nguyen Quang Hoan, aimed to transition Vietnam from a command economy to a socialist-oriented market economy. The initial steps were cautious but significant. Everything was state-controlled. So in that context, here are some key points and milestones this reform achieved over time. In the north, leaders of agricultural cooperatives who were responsible for managing collective farming efforts were now allowed to rent out land to individual farmers. This marked a shift away from strict government control. Farmers gained more control over their plots, allowing them to manage their own production and keep any surplus beyond their quotas. This change revitalized agricultural output and boosted the rural economy. Provincial governments were given the freedom to create their own trading companies, breaking the state's tight grip on foreign trade. Private markets for agricultural products emerged, and price controls over consumer goods were lifted. This allowed trade to flourish at market-driven prices. The reforms extend far beyond agriculture. The 1987 Foreign Investment Law took manufacturing facilities out of the hands of the state and allowed foreign investors to establish businesses, own property, and make a profit. At the same time, domestic private enterprises were encouraged to be established. This led to a surge in domestic companies. However, the full potential of these reforms was initially hampered by a US trade embargo, which had been in place since 1975, seemingly a remnant from the Vietnam War. But when the United States finally lifted the embargo in 1994, the landscape of Vietnam's economy began to change dramatically.
I'm going to relog. I'm having a problem.
Among the first to recognize Vietnam's potential were global giants Nike and Adidas.
Oh, that was free?
Nike set up a factory in Vietnam just 1 year after the embargo lifted. Adidas was soon to follow. These companies saw an opportunity. Vietnam had a favorable investment climate and a cheap labor force, something which isn't always good, and we'll get to that in a sec. But right now, Nike works with over 100 suppliers in Vietnam. Starting in the early 2000s, Adidas began establishing multiple factories across Vietnam. By 2021, Vietnam had become the country's largest sourcing country, contributing to roughly 40% of its total footwear production. In 2021, Vietnam exported footwear to over 100 countries, with production climbing to around $17.8 billion US. Today, many brands such as Zara and H&M have factories in Vietnam, and there's $455 billion US of total registered capital in the form of direct foreign investments into Vietnam. There's almost 40,000 of these foreign investment companies, and within those companies, over 1,300 of them are fashion brands. When factories open, new jobs are created for the local Vietnamese people. In 2011, 21% of employees were working in the industry and manufacturing sector. Today, this is over 33%. There's also opportunities for high-skilled jobs, such as managerial positions. Though of course, it's not all sunshine and rainbows though. Sadly, there are companies that use exploitative practices and diminish the rights of the workers. But despite that, in aggregate, there has been upward mobility for those in Vietnam. Between 1993 and 2014, Vietnam raised around 40 million people out of poverty. During this period, the poverty rate plummeted from nearly 60% to 14%, but there's still much more to be done, and we'll touch on that later. Today, Vietnam's economy is growing at 5.8%, while the global average is 2.9%. So what's going on here? Well, in Vietnam, it's a mix of smart trade policies, savvy domestic reforms, and hefty investments in infrastructure and human capital. Analysts from the World Bank and Brookings Institute suggest that there are 3 key factors driving Vietnam's continued economic growth. Let's take a closer look at these points. Number 1, trade agreements and liberalization. Vietnam has strategically opened its market through key trade agreements. Joining the ASEAN Free Trade Area in 1995, a deal with the US in 2000, and joining the WTO in 2007 are notable examples. Since then, Vietnam has secured trade agreements with China, India, Japan, and Korea. A 2018 trade deal with other countries like Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Singapore, Canada, and Mexico, and another trade deal with the EU in 2020 now join the list. These deals poise Vietnam to be a future export powerhouse. Number 2, domestic reforms. Vietnam has complemented its external openness with some crucial domestic reforms. These include deregulation and an effort to reduce the cost of doing business. Red tape and hassle are being minimized. As a result, in 2023 alone, Vietnam attracted nearly $36.6 billion in foreign direct investment. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, it's extremely significant because that's a 32.1% increase from just the previous year. It's an absolute rocket ship. But in saying that, there's also the point of appearing tough on corruption. It's a point which we talked about with the case of Trong My Lan. After bribing everyone and stealing 3% of the nation's GDP, she was sentenced to death. It's a signal that Vietnam is getting serious, even if it is just on the surface. Okay, number 3, investing in capital. With a population of 35 million, half of whom are under 35, Vietnam has prioritized public funding for primary education and infrastructure. It seems like they know the value of an educated and young workforce. Vietnam has always been an export-heavy country. Its economy was once rooted in agriculture. They had exports like wet rice, coffee, and black pepper. But from 2008 to 2018, agriculture's contribution to GDP has declined as the industrial sector took off. Today, it might surprise a lot of people, but Vietnam stands out as a major player in the technology hardware space. In 2023, they exported $57.3 billion worth of electronic devices, computers, and parts. Globally, the country now ranks 7th in electronics exports. This highlights a rapid change. There's a growing presence of global tech companies such as Samsung, Apple, Intel, and Foxconn in Vietnam. In fact, such companies are flocking to the country, eager to invest in and capitalize on its booming market. Let's take a look at a few examples. Samsung. The company produces about half of its smartphones in Vietnam. They're planning to boost investment from 18 billion to 20 billion in the near future. Since 2019, Apple's total investments have exceeded 16 billion, creating over 200,000 jobs in Vietnam. And Tim Cook is investing heavily in Vietnam. Analysts forecast that by 2025, Vietnam is going to be producing 20% of all iPads and Apple Watches, 5% of MacBooks, and 65% of AirPods. Apple's supplier, Foxconn, also committed $500 million to new projects. In 2021, Intel invested $1.5 billion in a new campus near Ho Chi Minh City. It's literally going to be Intel's largest assembly and test facility globally. So why is all this happening? Well, the surge in investment isn't just by chance. One big reason is the ongoing US-China trade tensions. A lot of companies don't want to deal with that. They just want stability and predictability. So a lot of them are looking beyond China to meet their manufacturing needs. Also, as China's living standards improve, labor costs become prohibitive. Couple this with Vietnam's strategic location, a business-friendly environment, tax incentives, and having a lot of trade agreements. Easy to see why Vietnam has become a top destination for major international companies.
Oh,
So lining themselves up to be the world's next manufacturing hub is impressive, but what about innovation? Well, Vietnam's not really there yet, but they're trying. The story of VinFast is one that I love. So who is VinFast? It's basically Vietnam's first major car manufacturer. They're quickly gaining international attention with their electric vehicles. So how are their cars? Well, let's just say they're not that good. Their first US-bound product, the VF8 electric SUV, received some harsh reviews. A popular car review channel, Donut Media, did not hold back their criticism. They called it the worst reviewed car in America.
Does this car actually deserve the scathing reviews? Absolutely. The reality is they released this car way too early. Most cars take many years and hundreds of millions of dollars to develop. VinFast rushed this
That was
to the
not
finish
this.
line.
$50,000 gets you a lot of different cars, and that's where this car fails. It doesn't live up to any expectation. Nothing works.
But this is where things get interesting. After the video, VinFast themselves took notice of it. And it wasn't to make excuses, but actually to take action. They retooled their factory, put their heads down, and tried to fix all of the issues. They then contacted Donut Media to review the car again.
This is the worst reviewed car in America. It's called the VinFast V8. A few months ago, we drove it and did not like it.
I still feel like this car came out way too soon. This is like the car we should have driven back then. I can't shake the feeling that it's still only like 85 or 90% there.
This thing used to be the worst car we've ever driven. It made us angry. Months later, they've done a lot of software changes, a lot of hardware changes. They have improved it. Did they fix the worst reviewed car in America?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think that they did fix it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's still not very good.
I find this great because it's so rare to see companies rapidly proactive and open to criticism. I don't recall any other car manufacturer doing such a thing. Unfortunately for VinFast, the latest set of reviews still aren't glowing, but the fact that they admitted their flaws and took action truly is something different. Either they do care about their customers, or it was a great PR stunt. Either way, I was entertained by the debacle. The overall impact of Vietnam's economic rise is clear. Since the early 2000s, the country's GDP has been soaring, averaging almost 7% annual growth. By 2023, Vietnam's GDP surpassed 400 billion. This type of economic growth means that more people are well off, resulting in a larger middle class and greater purchasing power. By 2013, 13 million people, or 13% of the population, were middle class, a figure that's set to double by 2026. A lot of people do compare Vietnam to the Philippines. The Philippines has better top-line numbers, but Vietnam has a higher GDP per capita, lower unemployment, and less public and private debt than the Philippines. Basically, the average person in Vietnam is better off, even if the country's GDP
After the
is
war,
slightly
they were
lower.
very, very careful.
So
and I
these
don't
numbers
blame
seem
them.
promising for Vietnam, but there's still plenty of ongoing social disparities. For one, about 20% of the Vietnamese population lives below $5.50 per day.
Oh, God.
Plus, around 10% are at risk of falling back into poverty due to economic shocks or other adversities. This means that, despite impressive economic strides, a substantial portion of the population is still struggling. Areas that are rural are particularly affected. A large number of people in these regions are still living in poverty. Nearly 61% of Vietnam's population resides in rural regions where access to resources and opportunities is limited. And as touched on earlier, corruption remains a pressing issue. The Trong My Land fraud case is all you need to know. If you haven't seen my episode on that, it'll be linked in the description for you to take a look at. It's a detailed look at how this scandal impacted Vietnam's economy and the fight against corruption. So in total, while Vietnam is undeniably making strides and moving in the right direction, there's still a lot of work to be done. They collectively need to address the challenges and ensure that the benefits of economic growth are shared more equally across the country. So in conclusion, over the past few decades, Vietnam has undergone, frankly, an incredible transformation. After emerging from the shadows of oppression and a brutal war, the country is now full of vitality and hope. Their journey reflects both resilience and remarkable progress, as well as a need to face the ongoing challenges. So what are your thoughts on Vietnam, its remarkable progress, and the challenges it still faces? If there's anyone from Vietnam, I'd love to hear what you think about this. Feel free to share your views in the comment section below. And also, just another quick note. A few episodes ago, I did a video on how dumb phones are helping resolve poverty. You guys should all give yourselves a pat on the back, because from that episode, we raised over $25,000 for a village in Kenya. So that was an absolutely awesome way to round out last year. And we'll be on to bigger and better things this year. These days, everyone is talking about fake news. Getting informed is more complicated than ever before, but who's going to do something about it? Well, today's sponsor, Ground News, is doing just that. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer. She was on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. Using this story of Vietnam greenlighting a $67 billion high-speed rail project as an example, their bias distribution chart shows me the political leanings of the outlets who cover the story, and I can even get a summary of how the issue is being framed. The left is very positive, calling it an ambitious railway line, and there seems to be a positive tone towards Vietnam's growth. The centre, on the other hand, mainly just talks about the facts and is more reserved in their optimism. But the right seems to take this story in a more holistic approach. They talk more about politics and the international implications. Scrolling down, I can compare every single article on the topic with convenient tags. Tags that show me context about the source, like how factual it is, and who owns it. Ground News' blind spot feed is also great. This shows you stories that have been underreported by one side of the political spectrum. For example, if you're on the left, you may have missed the story about how a lot of small businesses in America are more optimistic after the election. So, Ground News is a fantastic tool for getting international views, shifting through misinformation, and identifying bias. They provide you all the tools you need to be a critical thinker. Today, Ground News is offering 40% off their Vantage subscription. This comes with a feature called My News Bias, so you can even track your news viewing habits over time. To get started, go to ground.news/coldfusion. Anyways, that's about it from me. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, this was good. Why is Gen Z so poor? By Cold Fusion, the largest Ponzi scheme, the company that broke. I'm gonna go off this bent. It's good. It's informational. Built to Franco on Elon's Musk problems. Yeah. This is what I just did. I found an insane dolphin cult on Deep Web 240. Catching cheaters live. Sony burst a bubble that hadn't been. Inquisition had one yesterday that I missed.
Wrinkles. Yep, Wrinkles. That's me.
There's Wrinkles.
Doesn't look obvious, does it, that I'm wearing yesterday's makeup? No? Nah, that's fine. It's fine. Before we begin, I just want to say thanks for all the lovely responses I got to the Sengoku Basara video last week. The responses to that video and the mouthwashing video from a few weeks ago tells me that the video essay style of stuff is quite liked. You all are enjoying it, and I tell you what, I certainly enjoy it a lot more than I do pointing at the game industry every week and saying that's a bit shit. But unfortunately, I can't pull out a banger like last week every single week. I'm not Jesus. I'm just Jesus adjacent. So this week we are just going to point.
I am going to get a bowl of cereal. I'll be right back.
At the industry and say that's a bit shit, but we got a good reason to, because Sony, in the wake of Concorde's disastrous launch and revocation, well, they're floundering and they're worried, and they wouldn't be floundering and worried if they just listened to me, but the game industry never does, which is why it's in the free fall it's in. I'm not saying I could have saved the industry, I'm not Jesus, just Jesus adjacent, but just listen to me, because everything we talk about today is everything that I said was gonna happen. So let's watch that. Next week we'll, like, try and pull another essay out my arse or something.
It is good that you are good.
I am in awe, really, that despite the utter senselessness of saturating a market with games that require a significant time investment, Sony was planning to launch 10 live service games over the span of a few years. If you ever needed an example of the sheer impulsiveness, the lack of restraint, the embarrassing desperation of gaming's corporate leadership, Sony's infuriatingly ludicrous live service plan is a fine choice among an unforgivably huge number of options. And throughout today's discussion, do keep in mind, because it's a great point, last year Sony had a huge critical and commercial success with Astrobot, and the complete opposite with Concord. In 2022, that's what Sony was up to, making 10 games that had a singular goal, a goal that only one or two of them at best could ever have achieved to a reasonably successful degree. That game in this case being Helldivers 2, by the way. Now, in 2025, we get to marvel once again at the undeniable stupidity of game industry executives as Sony's house of wet crackers slumps pathetically in front of their dumbass faces. Astrobot, big hit. Concord, bit shit.
You're still mad at me?
The live service bubble was going to burst eventually. Wait. Actually, scratch that. Was it even a bloody bubble? It's more like the industry divided by zero and burst a bubble that had never been blown to begin with, isn't it? Years ago, they all looked at that fantasy diagram Ubisoft drew, the one that presented the live service game as a magical money Ouroboros. And then they fantasized so hard about pixies bringing them infinite wealth, they collectively dreamed a bubble into existence and never thought to check inside it to see if there was, anything inside. Dickheads. Yeah, a handful of major success stories amidst an ocean of failures isn't a bubble, darlings. Sony is now among those publishers partaking in the inevitable post-burst scrabble, as seen in the news that it's now cancelling a number of in-development live service games. In fact, since 2023, the company's efforts to exploit the trend have eroded, starting with the cancellation of Naughty Dog's The Last of Us multiplayer game. A twisted metal game developed by Firespite went the same way, as did Insomniac's Spider-Man The Great Web. PlayStation Studios London not only had its game cancelled, it was closed last year with 900 jobs callously axed. There's your bubble. Some of those games you might not have heard of before. I hadn't heard of some of them. Then again, the industry is now so full of cancelled, failing or failed live services that I, the noted hack and slash girl, hadn't even heard of Dynasty Warriors M until I saw the news that it was shutting down just 15 months after it launched. That's, honestly, how I've been learning of the existence of so many games lately. I don't find out about them until they're done for, because the news of a service game's closure after mere months of existence is more noteworthy than the fact it ever existed in the first place. Recent news has washed 2 more corpses ashore, with Sony shuttering an unnamed project by Bend, aka the Days Gone people, and a God of War live service that... Of course they were trying to make God of War into a live service. Why wouldn't they? This is an unhealthy fucking business. In case you couldn't tell, the game's business is seriously diseased. It's amazing that this keeps happening in the wake of Anthem, which was such a screw-up it made EA pivot away from a live service Dragon Age like a scalded chimp. Well, I say it's amazing. It should be amazing that nobody in charge at any of these companies saw what happened and considered that maybe there was a lesson to be learned. What's truly amazing is how unamazing it is. It was around 7 years ago, maybe even more, when I first started warning that the live service trend was unsustainable, that the very concept of the product meant you couldn't pump dozens of them out into the market and expect them to succeed. I argued that the business model of the live service made it impossible for most games using it to survive, and I argued that not because I have some clairvoyant insight or the kind of business degrees so-called game industry leaders have, it's because it's just plain obvious. In fact, to make it even plainer how short-sighted and thoughtless the industry is, I have dyscalculia, dyslexia but for numbers. Numbers make my brain lock up, equations might as well be a plate of scrambled eggs for all the sense I can make of them, and yet I'm a mathematical genius compared to Sony's inept executives, because I could see from a mile away that what they wanted to achieve was a numerical impossibility. As I've said for over 7 goddamn years now, live services are designed to monopolise a player's time and ideally their money. If a player's time is monopolised by just a single live service, it cannot be monopolised by another, let alone the dozens more that are all trying to do the same thing. How do executives not know how monopolies work? They have spunky wet dreams about them all the bloody time. There just aren't enough people and not enough time to keep the failure of the service game Gold Rush from being anything other than inevitable. 10 live service games. Sony wanted to launch 10 products into a market that couldn't have been more obviously unable to support them, with former executive Jim Ryan joyously boasting about how that market was the future of video games. The way he spoke of the live service Gold Rush in 2022 just oozed naivety, if not outright childlike wonder. That phenomenon of the live service game that has in a very large part fueled the enormous growth in the gaming industry that we've seen over the last 10 years. I think that trend towards live services will continue, and if you look for a model in our category of entertainment which supports sustained engagement over a long period of time, live services games arguably fit that bill better than a subscription service. Yes, subscription models. Funny he brings those up, considering the MMO Gold Rush of the 2010s went exactly the same way the live service one is going now. This old Jim Ryan quote may have just become one of my new favourite examples of executive dumbassery for what it demonstrates to anybody capable of basic pattern recognition. I was there, way back when. I used to go to E3, foolishly, and it was in that era where every company had multiple MMOs in the works. I nearly fell asleep through all sorts of presentations for upcoming MMOs back then, none of which I remember the name of, none of which are here today. All of them, though, wanted exactly what live services want: to dominate the time and money of a mass audience. Microtransactions are mechanically different to subscriptions, but anybody who thinks that makes live services different enough from MMOs to greenlight 10 of the things has a banana rattling around inside their otherwise vacant head.
Trillions of matey bubbles.
New trend comes along. Publishers notice trend. Publishers throw baby out with bathwater to mass adopt new trend. Trend collapses under weight of mass adoption. New trend comes along. The routine repeats. Insanity is not, as pop culture claims, doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. If that was the case, however, then every executive in the game industry would be fucking certifiable. The excruciatingly slow, ongoing crash of the live service gravy train is something you'd think I would delight in, considering it's yet another outcome that I accurately predicted while being ignored or shouted down.
But no, this is not good for our lives.
Video games justified once more. While it is justifying to a large degree, I take no merriment from the mess that publishers have made. The damage they've done is tragic, not funny. Companies sidelined other types of games in favour of one big goose egg, wasting shocking amounts of time and money to develop dead-on-arrival games, and the executives in charge passed the results of the failures they spearheaded onto developers in the form of studio closures and layoffs. And the worst part is, they'll do it again, because it's a pattern. Bear in mind, video game publishers were the ones who got suckered by NFTs, not the customers they tried to subsequently sucker with them. I think it's hilarious that video game companies invested so heavily in NFTs, and they were left holding the bag because we didn't bite. They're marks. Game executives are marks. Oh, hi, Mark. And a new trend always comes along for them to mark out for, and they always greet new trends the exact same way with the exact same result, because they're fucking marks.
That is remarkable. You have no idea what you are. You really are that ignorant. I want to revisit Dynasty Warriors M if you'll indulge me, because I'm still on my big Muso game fixation at the moment, and because Tecmo Koei's attempt at service shenanigans is a fine example of what I'm talking about. DWM is, as its name might suggest, one of the dozens of mobile games based on existing properties that publishers have absolutely flooded the platform with. After learning about it closing after 15 months and therefore learning about its existence at all, I naturally downloaded the thing and tried it for myself, and believe me when I say that I truly did not need to have bothered. After all, I've already played Raid Shadow Legends. That really is all Dynasty Warriors M is. A self-evident example of the redundancy of games like Dynasty Warriors M. It's the exact same game I've seen dozens of times before, with the same whirlwind tutorial that deliberately tries to overwhelm you, the same simplistic base building, with arbitrary completion times you can pay to speed up, the same gacha-style character unlocks, the same autoplay feature on battles that you might as well use because the gameplay is the least important part of the goddamn game, etc. And when I say it's the same, I don't mean it's the same kind of thing. I mean it's literally the same. So many of these games coming out and closing down within months are identical to each other. Just Raid Bloody Shadow Bloody Legends with a different set of brand logos. Like, of course Dynasty Warriors M couldn't keep itself going. Why would people who like Raid play it when they're already absorbed in Raid? And why would Dynasty Warriors fans play it when they have, you know, actual Dynasty Warriors games instead? Since almost the beginning of my career, I'd criticised the attitude that copying a successful game will copy the game's success, but not only has that attitude continued, it's worsened to the point that it's become 100% literal. And they wonder why they're failing. Companies wonder why these games are failing when they're so immediately obsolete. This utter stupidity is one of the reasons I'm so frustrated by the absurd insistence that Concord failed because DEI, as if a terminally online culture war actually matters outside of the dorks fighting it. Like, sure, it sucks and it's threatening as a queer person to see people violently screaming because they briefly saw someone like you in a video game, but that doesn't offend me. What offends me is how much of a distraction their ongoing tantrum is. A distraction that's actually entirely favourable to the very companies these useful tools are aiming their ire at. It's exactly why Elon Musk, humanity's answer to a cockroach made of semen, is so cringily pretending to be a hardcore gamer right now. These wealthy jizz mushrooms will do anything to take attention away from all the shit that's their fault, and a culture war is just the ticket. I hope one day the mob of outraged tourists shitting themselves over pronouns in video games realise just how much Musk is playing them. Because he, sure as shit ain't playing Path of Exile too. Game publishers love culture war bullshit because it provides so much free cover to the dogshit-brained, soup-eyed jerk turnips who keep pushing these games out to die and making the developers take the blame for the shit they mandated. How many times now have we had stories of games in development being forced to pivot by impulsive management, leading to tons of scrapped work and wasted resources? I'm still waiting for the sordid details of Concord's development to finally come out, because as someone who studied the industry longer than many gamers have been alive, I could feel the ineptitude of desperate mismanagement seeping through the controller as I played the cursed thing. A recent article, again on Bloomberg, delivered another case of Cassandra syndrome. Remember how much I've been saying in my work that executives are the reason games are too expensive to make, and that their overpaid, underqualified leadership is the biggest drain on development? Yeah, the article exposes a truth I've been yelling into the bugger-damned void long before its publication. Industry management is literally the reason why games are too expensive to make. And that's on top of how expensive the bastards are to pay. Absolute rifles like Jim Ryan possess neither the hindsight to see that they're repeating mistakes nor the foresight to see the predictable results of the mistakes they're making. While the wasted work and resources undoubtedly suck, it's honestly a good thing that Sony cancelled that Ben project and that God of War spin-off. It won't feel that way to those who worked on it, but better the losses be cut now than to keep sinking costs into games that almost certainly had a Babylon's chance in full of succeeding and would almost certainly end in studio closures and layoffs. And how cruel, how sick it is that the executives who mismanage these games into failing are the very ones who decide upon the layoffs in order to keep receiving gigantic financial bonuses. How cruel, how sick it is that sometimes the best thing that could happen to a game these days is for it to be cancelled. The game industry smells of poo. is what I'm saying.
The game introduced me as a
I had this massive hardcore match with Helen Charlotte Campbell at Tidal yesterday. I got bashed with a steel chair and punched in the face with a steel chain and had my head bounced off the ring post. Literally, like not 10 times, it bounced into it. It was horrible. And somehow that was less painful than the week before where I got a nosebleed, where for the very first time after 7 years in the business, got busted open doing a promo. I had the microphone in my hand, I was thrown over the top rope of the ring, landed on the ring apron, punched myself in the nose with the microphone, splurt all out my face, doing a promo.
I wondered about that.
Only I could pull that off. Anyway, speaking of pulling off, I'm going to go and do my post-video ritual, so I'm going to enjoy that. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next week. Thank God for me. I don't really wank after I film these, though. Do them during.
How one wormhole collapse ended 46 players. Nice to have some purples around. Makes you feel a bit safer. Ooh, cool iron sconce sprite. Ooh. We're going for me or the mobs here? Destruction. Looks good. I love this game. Collect the Hawk Knight seal. I guess I'll worry about other stuff while I wait. Ooh, cheap silver. They're like doing the other one now, and I got fucked out of that one too.
For centuries, the throne.
I'm going out south. Oops. Print? What do you mean print? What? Print? What? Oops, I went too far. Damn it. Ooh, mushrooms. Thank you, Connor Clips.
Dude,
I've liked this up to your
I
channel.
woke up today and I was looking at Twitter, as you do, as one man shouldn't start his morning. And I saw all this. I don't know if you guys keep up with streamer drama. There was like a Twitch Rivals drama. I don't know if you guys heard about this. Nopers? All right, I'll explain. Because I think most of you are normal and are healthy and reasonable adults. So I'll kind of explain, because I feel like the reason why I want to talk about it, Chess, because I have something I want to add. Basically, there's going to be a Twitch Rivals, which we've done before, which is normally a thing that Twitch gathers a bunch of streamers, tells them, hey, compete in this thing, there'll be some prize money. And I guess they had a rule set, which was you were only allowed like 2 Grandmaster players, and then they turned the rules to 4 Grandmaster players, like the day before, and then they, I guess, went back. I'm not fully understanding what happened. All I know is that they made a mess of the rules. And we obviously, here at the Seadog VA channel, we're familiar with the balancing of Twitch Rivals teams. I think we've had a couple of Twitch Rivals where we've competed where maybe the teams were not so balanced, and it was a pretty miserable experience for me. And yeah, I guess it happened again. You're not salty about it? I'm so salty about it. Dude, okay, so basically the weird thing that like Twitch Rivals like offers creators is like, hey, look, we'll throw an event, you know, you can be a part of it and you can win some money, right? And you know, that's great. I've had my fair share of issues with Twitch Rivals, which is why I normally 99% of the time I will not do it. Mainly because one, they never fucking balance it. They never balance Twitch Rivals. And like, I know that it can't be perfectly balanced, right? I know that like when you have this many creators, you know, you just can't balance it. Which is why when I discussed with the team about doing events, I would often want a much smaller team size or participant size, because I don't know how many they have in Twitch Rivals, but if I had to guess, just because of my knowledge of working with them, it was probably like 60 plus people they had involved. I would always sit there in these calls and be like, can we have 16 people? And I'll actually try to balance it for you guys. And the goal of that is that it will make it more entertaining for everyone. And I can make sure that everyone involved is like in it. And often the pushback that you get when you do these kind of events is like, oh no, we need more people. We need as many creators as we can so that we can like sell like the show to more sponsors. Basically, it's like TLDR, right? So Twitch Rivals always wants as many creators in these events as possible. They do not give a fuck about the balance in terms of like that perspective. Like they'll try to balance it with like 64 people, but it's like once you've already gotten that many people, it's too much. And on top of that,
yeah, I'm up. Yep, I do. Yes, do you? You did, yeah, and I noticed, and I just sort of figured, so I was just patient. Absolutely, I have to put shoes on, which will take a minute, but yes, I will come. Alright, see ya. Cargo hold. I'll scan a cargo hold. Are you actually farming? Oh, you are. Oh no, Mineral Vanguard. Yeah, you do. You're full of ice. Yeah. Sweet. Okay, let's watch out the stern here. Guys, I have to go to help my family bring in the groceries from the car. So I will probably log. I don't really want to die here because it'll be well, I don't know. If I put down my camp right here, it doesn't matter if I die. I could probably hide in a bush and no one will even know I'm there. They'll just pass right by me. But I need to be out of the landmark, which is like... Ooh, honey. Okay, we're out of the landmark here. Oh, there's a level 16 elite bear right there. I just want to put down a tent. Tent. No line of sight. Building is obstructed. Oh no, I don't have flint. Give me a flint. Flint, I need it. Nope. Okay, good. And then, yep, I don't want to get embarrassed. I'm just going to hide in a bush. Like Rust. Got a distraction here. Yep, like this. I'll probably do right fine right here. I doubt anybody sees me at all. Okay, and we'll leave it on some X4. I'll turn on the sound so it's a little bit more engaging. Yeah, bump it to like 7. Yep, and we'll just leave it on X4, which is one of the reasons I love this game so much. There's constantly like movie quality footage going on in the background. I just have to tab to it. It's fucking awesome. I love X4. One of the greatest games ever made. Okay, I've got to go help bring in the groceries from the car. I'll be right back. Sorry. I suppose I should. Well, no, I'm not going to pause the video. I'm just going to leave it. Screw it. Okay, I brought in the groceries. I got guacamole. Yeah. Now, I'm going to mix me a nice drink before I sit down. No, I'm going to have a beer. It's time to have a beer. Oh. Voodoo Ranger. Smells so good. Heavenly acre of the gods. Oh, beer, proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. The acre of the gods. God's vagina juice, baby. It looks so cool. I got logged out of New World. Let's keep going. So, yeah, Twitch Rivals doesn't know how to balance a team. I get the point. I'm going to get off this video. The new TikTok is insane. This is Oompa TV. Nope. Streamers Reloaded. I found an insane dolphin cult on Deep Web 240. Okay. Insane dolphin cult. Okay, I'm going to turn the sound on this down.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and welcome to another episode of Deep Web Browsing, ladies and gentlemen. That part of the week where we chill back, relax, top off the eccentricities that we've experienced, and just browse that part of the internet that's a little too dank for regular viewing.
I love her afro.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, let me be your concierge through some of the funniest, scariest, wildest parts of the internet. That said, ladies and gents, this is definitely my first time recording this intro, and I'm excited to get to the first actual website. So sit back, relax, grab a cup of coffee, and let's go to our very first website. Oh boy, medical kidnap, a threat to every family in America. Now, interestingly enough, this immediately brings like a video that I did like probably 3-4 years ago. For anybody that doesn't remember, it's a video that I titled, I think it had something to do with sty rowing. I looked at this website where this, person's wife was allegedly medically kidnapped. And I think that same person ends up beefing with me in the comment section for that video about the pandemic. So it was a totally wild situation. But anyways, this is a pretty active page. You can see January 19th, 2025 is actually, as the latest refresh, a post to this. Trump prepares his second war against the American people by invoking emergency powers to destroy the economy. By the way, I just want to stress, anything you read in this, anything we see here, we do not endorse, okay? Especially when it comes to conspiracy theories, okay? Anyways, let's go to their About section. I definitely want to know more about these guys. They've got the About Us, Contact, and our... I feel like with a header like medical kidnap, it's probably better you tell me. MedicalKidnap.com, so I
Medical
think it's
Kidnap
as well as it is on the actual dark web, is part of the Health Impact News Network. Okay, due to the increasing frequency of stories being exposed regarding children being taken away from their families by simply disagreeing with doctors, we felt that it was time to put up a completely separate website to document these tragic stories. Most of the public is largely unaware of these.
I have some sympathy for this. If you ever seen I Care a Lot on Netflix... I love this game. You can just fucking, watch what it's doing, or You can drop like a drone cam, or you can like have it go like live and stuff. Oh, that's what I look like, huh? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's what I look like. Ah. Yeah, cool. I'm Val Selton, bitch. I run the world. Alright, let's go back to just lackadaisically doing New World. I don't really care about the pace of it. I'm just doing it.
Are almost always threatened by the family court system in their state from speaking out.
Yeah.
Usually via an illegal gag order. When we hear these stories for the first time, our natural reaction is, there must be another side to the story. Okay, so this medical kidnap is a little bit different. They're putting the blame on the actual state, allegedly taking away children or family members underneath, again, just because I guess you didn't agree with said state. Now, obviously, there are two sides to every story. I really don't know what the answer to some of it is, but if you look at the actual... if you actually look at the headlines for this, right? Medical kidnapping children for drug trials. Okay, so I guess let's see what this is actually about. Too. Again, I don't endorse anything you read over here. I don't want to be tripping YouTube's medical misinformation. This is one of the problems of doing like dark web videos. Is you come across websites like this that are super duper interesting. And generally speaking, when you get to this side of the conspiratorial thing, it's never really filled or mired in facts, but it is what it is, okay? U.S. federal government has mandated drug research with children. Again, I don't know how true that is. It doesn't seem like it is that true, especially when it comes to drug research in children. You would expect, again, the federal government to not outright go down that road. The need for children to participate in drug company research is high, and the temptation to overstep parental rights for children to participate is great. Researchers probably using money and other rewards to obtain participation of children in their drug trials. So it sounds more like, you know, they're bribing parents with money to give up their children, which, again, look, I have no doubt the pharmaceutical industry is one of the shadiest industries in the world, but this, you know, the government's going to be like they're going to be in some heat trying to catch this, is all I'm saying. So these are like really lengthy articles with apparently real families, real children. So it is a kind of touchy subject to go down into. But again, I do want to look more into it. Like they got a Peace with God section, so I definitely will see what they got to say about God. How I found peace with God. Okay, so createdforhealth.org. So these are just like this is like a network of websites, right? I was driving down a rural highway in north central Wisconsin that autumn night, thoughts running wildly through my mind. Why wasn't I dead? I thought unbelievingly. I had fully intended to overdose on drugs and end my life just hours before. But after swallowing some 100 assorted pills that I thought were pretty potent, I woke up surprised not only to find myself alive, but my head clear also. Didn't even catch a buzz. Whoa. God damn, that is a lot to really jump into. Whew. Again, I want to stress for anybody watching this video, if you ever do have like thoughts where you really think, man, I wish I could sleep forever, anything of that nature, please seek actual help. Like, no joke, the world is a darker place without you. It's a much darker place.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, simple as that. I'm gonna say it. If you ever go through that kind of stuff. We've all been there. There's really no shame in it. No shame in your mental health being not tip-top. Seek help as quick as you can. Because that kind of stuff, unless you get some real help for it, it's never going to go away.
It never stops. You have to actually get closure.
Here, as a senior in high
you have
school,
to address the issues and get it over.
Heavily into drug culture. My parents being divorced when I was young, I tried living with both sets of parents, but couldn't get along with either one. I didn't strike it off too well with girls either, so with one...
The real solution is time. Like, the more time that passes after severe trauma, the better. I know that I can speak to this. Like, you know, a good 5.5 years have passed since all the bad stuff. And the more time passes by, I don't think it's even that much having to do with me or my mind. It's just enough time passes by, the damage doesn't rule your life anymore. It's just not this thing that, you know, that dominates you that long. Check. Get him, boys. Otter Pops are dope in the summer. Okay, now I go to the teleportal. Hells yeah, I'm like from his point of view. Hells yeah. Oh no, more.